All right, Ms. Prime, we're gonna, as soon as,
Good morning.
well, good morning, everyone. We are going to call the agenda review to order here, and I want to welcome everyone to City Council chambers, and you can definitely tell spring is in the air. There's a lot of energy here. So, Ms. Prime?
Yes, sir. Good morning. This is an agenda review meeting for the El Paso City Council for Monday, February 24th, 2025. It is 9:01 a.m. Mayor Johnson is present and presiding in council chambers along with Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, Representative Rocha, Representative Trejo, Representative Nino, Alternate Mayor Pro Tem Fierro, and Representative Limon.
Okay. Ms. Trejo, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Before we jump into the items, Ms. Prine, Representative Limon, you want to make a few comments?
Thank you, Mayor. Just for a moment, today, or actually this week on the 28th, is a rather substantial anniversary as it marks the end of Desert Storm 34 years ago on February the 28th. We're not in session on that day, but I thought it was important because we have so many of our military people and so many of the people that were deployed on this campaign. And it was a very short war, but it was one that was a very good, victorious at the end. And we're thankful for all of our men and women that served. And congratulations on an anniversary 34 years later. Thank you.
Fantastic, and thank you for recognizing them. And yeah, our whole community was touched by Desert Storm, so thank you for doing that. Agenda item we're going to jump into number 3.
Yes, sir. And this is on the agenda is the agenda review for the February 25th, 2025 regular City Council and Special Mass Transit Department Board meetings. And at the conclusion of this meeting, we will be convening a council work session.
Okay. Good morning, Chief. Morning.
Testing. Mayor, item number 3 supports our strategic goals. Number 2, to set the standard for a safe and secure city. And our sub-goal, number 2.1, to maintain standing as one of the nation's top safest cities. Item 3 is a resolution authorizing the city manager to submit a grant application for the El Paso Police Department project identified as El Paso 2024 Operation Stone Garden. This is through the Office of the Governor of the State of Texas, Homeland Security Grant Division. The amount being requested is $1,558,815, and no cash match is required. The City of El Paso Police Department has received this grant since 2009 for the last 16 years. The grant period will be from March 1st, 2025 to February 28, 2026. And funding for this will be used for extra duty hours for law enforcement operations targeting trafficking organizations involving drug smuggling, trafficking, and contraband of money, weapons in our jurisdiction. Funding will also cover for the salary of our county clerk that helped us administer this grant.
All right, any questions? Representative Canales?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm looking at the backup for this item this year compared to last year's. This year just has the agenda summary form and the resolution. Definitely last year I'm looking at it, but in previous years I recall seeing the full information for the grant application. It had like the full narrative information. It has the project activities, the measures. Is that something that can be included for this year so we can see what it is that we're submitting and precisely what we'll be asking for?
Yes, sir, I apologize if that wasn't included, but we can give you the whole plan, application, make sure that you get it.
Okay, yeah, if we can have that before tomorrow, that'd be
Absolutely.
great.
Represent-
And then I'd ask that we move this to the regular agenda for tomorrow, please.
Okay. Representative Limon?
I just have a question for you so that I will fully understand when we use this terminology. How is it determined that El Paso is one of the nation's top safest city? What parameters are used to make that designation? I know it used to be proclaimed El Paso was designated the safest city. How is that done? Is it still done? And what's the procedure for that? Chief Pasillas, good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. Yeah, we need to stick and hold this thing up. So back in the day that we used to use Quinlan Press, they were the ones that did it across the nation in there. Since the Council of Mayors got together with some other organizations, they have done away with the Quinlan Press. So there's several other entities that do it. They use a lot of parameters, quality of life, housing markets, things of that nature. So what we're trying to determine, we're going to be picking basically one of those organizations that we think is best as a city as a whole, working with all our other departments within the city, since they're using so many other parameters, economic development, like I said, housing costs, things of that nature, and then the crime issue. But that's how we're looking at going forward with this.
And you'll be making a selection between one of those organizations, or
So we
do
have-
you take from each one?
No, ma'am. There's so many out there now that look at so many different varieties on that. When back in the day when Quinlan Press was doing that, we were one of the safest cities of over 500,000 population. Now that it looks like a lot of these organizations that are on the internet are basically looking at just any city and not really have any parameters as to populations and all the other demographics that can affect small and large communities.
Okay, but my question, Chief, is what are we using to make our determination?
Yes, we're still evaluating which one we're going to use.
Okay, I am sorry. You did say that. I apologize. And you'll let us know once that decision is made.
Yes.
So that as we reference or as we state El Paso is the safest city, that we can back it up with where it's coming from rather than just arbitrarily designating our city, which I think is a great honor, but that we have something to back it up with.
Yes, ma'am. We're not going to mislead. We have to use data to go across the nation and compare us to cities that are relevant to us.
Thank you very much, Chief. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chief. Any
Mayor,
further?
Ms. Turner also signed up to speak on this item when council is ready.
Okay.
Good morning, Ms. Turner. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms.
Council.
Turner.
What a lovely day to start Monday off with me up here yelling at you. My question is basically one, given the turmoil in our government and the government pulling money out of bank accounts that grants that had already been awarded, that's my number one concern. My number two concern is Operation Stone Garden is a Homeland Security initiative to secure the border. So I need to know if my police officers are pulling over people who happen to be brown and checking citizenship. Now, I saw what I thought was just that a couple weeks ago coming in from Anthony. The state and the county were out there quite busy. And the people that I saw out of the car weren't white. They were all brown. I don't like this. It offends me. It reminds me of the 30s. For those of you not as old as I am, our history taught us about this, the SS and the Gestapo in the 1930s and how they just went out and rounded up people that weren't part of the master race. So this is is bringing memories back, and this is really important because I served over there when the Berlin Wall was up. So I know what that wall did, and I know where we're headed, unfortunately. Divine intervention hopefully steps in. But I want to make sure that my El Paso police officers, unlike the county and the state, are not hassling the citizens in this city. That they're actually going to spend this money addressing crime. Period. Thank you.
So we're a much better community than that. And Chief, you want to respond, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So over the 16 years that we've been under this type of funding for these operations, the El Paso Police Department has never, ever enforced immigration law. That is not in our purview. Officers have to have either reasonable suspicion or probable cause to stop somebody to speak to them, to investigate criminal activity afoot, or to make arrests on that. Last week, we put all our chiefs and commanders through some training at the Holocaust Museum. We will not become that in the El Paso Police Department. That we're not here to enforce any immigration law.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Chief, because I know we stood side by side at a press conference and we said the exact same thing. So our men and women, our public safety officers, specifically our police, we don't have the resources to enforce immigration. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Any more questions on item 3? All right, Chief, you're back up on number 4.
So item number 4 supports the same thing, the same 2 goals. This resolution is authorizing the city manager to submit to the Public Safety Office of the State of Texas a grant application for the police department project identified as Criminal Justice Grant Fiscal Year 2026. This is to provide financial assistance to the City of El Paso Police Department. We're requesting $460,000 and there's no cash match required. The grant period for this will be October 1st, 2025 to September 30, 2026. The El Paso Police Department plans to replace 50 outdated portable police radios with this funding, and this will help us with our communication reliability, reduce safety risks, and ensure seamless connectivity during high interference or low tower coverage. Basically, these are the newer technology that's coming out on radios. I will be replacing end-of-cycle equipment.
All right, Representative Canales.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't repeat it for all of them, but just same concern. If we can please be provided with the e-grants project summary page for all of the grants listed this time. They weren't included in the backup.
You didn't receive the department head summary, sir? Or?
Just the department head summary form, yes, but in the past we've also received the project summary form from eGrants. So when you submit, it's like usually like an 18-page.
The application itself.
The actual application itself. Mm-hmm.
Definitely get you that, sir.
Thank you.
Any more questions for the Chief on item number 4? All right, Chief, number 5.
It's number 6. Number 6, sir, I believe. Number 5. I'm sorry. I apologize. It is number 5. This is a resolution authorizing the city manager to submit a grant application to the Public Safety Office of the State of Texas, a grant application for the City of El Paso Police Department project identified as State Homeland Security Program National Priority Projects 2025. The request is for $32,500, and there's no cash match required. The grant period will be September 1st, 2025 to August 31st, 2026. And the State Homeland Security Grant Program National Priority Area Projects assist local law enforcement efforts to prevent domestic terrorism and violent crimes. This grant will allow us to buy interoperable communication equipment for undercover and investigations.
Any questions for Chief on item number 5? All right, number 6, Chief.
Item number 6 is a resolution authorizing the city manager to submit to the Public Safety Office of the State of Texas a grant application for the City of El Paso project identified as State Homeland Security Program Matrix Fusion Center. This is to provide financial assistance to the City of El Paso Police Department. The amount we are requesting is $450,000, and there's no cash match required. The grant period will be from September 1st, 2025 to August 31st, 2026. And the Police Department's Fusion Center was officially recognized by the State of Texas and the U.S. Department of Homeland Security in 2010. And this financial assistance we have received since 2008. The grant funds will be used for the salaries of our contract crime analysts, training, maintenance of the Fusion Center, and software and hardware solutions that we use at the Matrix Fusion Center.
Any questions? Number 7.
This is a resolution authorizing the city manager or designee to submit a grant application to the Safety Office of the State of Texas, a grant application for the City of El Paso Police Department project identified as State Homeland Security Program Soft Target Protection Fiscal Year 2025. We are requesting $200,000, and there's no cash match for this grant. The grant period will be from September 1st, 2025 to August 31st, 2026. We have received this grant for the last 13 years, and this grant program assists local law enforcement efforts to prevent terrorism and other catastrophic events, to prepare and prevent any threats and hazards that pose a risk to our El Paso community. We will use this grant application to purchase modular vehicle barriers for the protection of SAR targets at large public events.
Any questions on item number 7? Number 8, Chief?
This is a resolution authorizing the city manager designee to submit to the Public Safety Office of the State of Texas a grant application for the City of El Paso Police Department project identified as State Homeland Security Program Law Enforcement Terrorism Prevention Activities Fiscal Year 2025. This is to provide financial assistance to the City of El Paso Police Department. The amount being requested is $192,000, and there's no cash match required for this grant. The grant period will be from September 1st, 2025 to August 31st, 2026. And for this grant, we are requesting $192,000 to purchase 3 bomb tech suits and 20 ballistic vets that will be assigned to our Special Operations Group. This is basically replacing expired and end-of-cycled equipment that we have.
Any questions on item number 8? Number 9, Chief?
And this is a resolution authorizing the city manager or designee to submit to the Public Safety Office of the State of Texas a grant application for the City of El Paso Police Department project identified as Project Safe Neighborhoods, Fiscal Year 2026. We are requesting $33,000 for this grant, and there's no cash match required. The grant period will be October 1st, 25 to September 30th, 2026. And the City of El Paso Police Department has received this financial assistance since 2021. The Safe Neighborhoods Grant Project will cover operational expenses to maintain 11 gunshot detection sensors that we have strategically placed throughout the city. This technology is a critical tool in solving gang-related crimes, and it allows our officers to respond swiftly to firearm incidents and to be able to track patterns of illegal gun activity.
Any questions on item number 9?
Can you just please, sir, can you just please repeat what you said? What is it that is being requested?
That's the amount that, if awarded, we would receive, ma'am.
No, but what is it that you will be using the money for?
For which one? Safe Neighborhoods, the last one?
See, the last one.
The last one
9.
is gunshot detection
Gunshot.
technology. These are sensors that we place in areas where firearms are discharged or there's been shootings, and it allows us to swiftly respond and get there to the call and be able to investigate and take action.
Are these movable or are these permanent?
I'm sorry, ma'am?
Are they movable or permanent sensors?
They are. We strategically place them at locations depending on crime trends or patterns, and we move this and put them on poles.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, any other questions on item 9? All right, Chief Silva.
Thank you.
Good morning, Executive Assistant Chief Z. Silva. I don't know why they were complaining about the mic. It's the perfect height. Item 10, we're asking that the city manager is authorized to sign a resolution from the Public Safety Office of the State of Texas for the City of El Paso Police Department's body camera program. We're asking for an amount of $1.7 million. There is a cash match of $425,000. It's for fiscal year 26. This is our third year requesting this funding. It's also the third year of the program, and the purpose will be to purchase about 135 cameras for our new recruits.
Very good. Any questions for Chief Silva?
I know we owe you the backup, so we'll get that, Chris.
All right, thank you, Chief.
you.
Item number 11.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council. Assistant Chief Briones, and I agree with the height. Perfect. Item number 11 aligns with goal number 2, to set the standard for a safe and secure city. Item number 11 is a resolution authorizing the city manager or designee to submit to the Public Safety Office of the State of Texas grant application number 259-2812 for the City of El Paso Police Department project identified as General Victim Services fiscal year 2026. To provide financial assistance to the City of El Paso, we're requesting $131,131.22 with a cash match of $32,782.81 and an in-kind of $9,540 for a total project amount of $173,454.03. The grant period will be from October 1st, 2025 to September 30, 2026. And again, this grant will assist us in, will be used to provide services and assistance to victims of crime to speed their recovery and aid them through the criminal justice process.
Any questions for the Chief? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right. Item number 12, Chief Killings.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, Chief Killings, El Paso Fire Department.
Is that mic okay for you?
No, sir, it's
Okay.
a little short, but it's fine. For item number 12, it's a resolution authorizing the city manager or designee to sign the funding match commitment letter and all related paperwork for the Texas Department of Emergency Management for a grant application number 5487 for fiscal year 2024. For the City of El Paso Office of Emergency Management project identified as El Paso County Multi-Jurisdictional Hazardous Mitigation Action Plan updates. To provide financial assistance for the City of El Paso, we're requesting $90,000 with a cash match of 25%, which is about $30,000, for a total project amount of $120,000. The grant period will be from December 1st to 2025 to December 1st of 2026. We had applied for this grant back in 2021.
Fantastic. Representative Limon.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to acknowledge, because he's here, the chief. I had the opportunity and my staff to tour the 911-311 center on Friday, and the chief joined us at that tour, and I want to commend you again for such a fabulous place. It is incredible, the work that's being done there, and it really, for you to join us, it was very special, and thank you for taking the time. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for coming out, Representative Limon. And yeah, that facility is an amazing example of collaboration between the 911 district, City of El Paso Fire Department, and Police Department, multiple agencies. So yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Item number 13.
Hi, good morning, Mayor and Council. Luis Zamora, Chief Planner with Planning and Inspections. Item 13 is a resolution approving a detailed site development plan for property located at 4500 Donovan. This is for a proposed office warehouse. We received no opposition. The City Plan Commission recommended unanimous approval.
Okay, questions? All right, item 14.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Randy Garcia, Interim Director for Streets and Maintenance. Item 14 is a resolution to authorize the city manager to sign a traffic signal flash agreement between the City of
Item 15.
Morning, Mayor and Council. Joaquin Rodriguez with Capital Improvements. Item 15 is an amendment to an advanced funding agreement with TxDOT to clarify the project description for the downtown bicycle infrastructure project.
Questions? Okay, thank you, Joaquin.
Mayor Laura Prine, City Clerk, items 16 through 22 are board appointments from members of council.
Okay. Item 23.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Isaura Valdez, Tax Deputy Administrator. Item 23 is a routine item. These are tax refunds due to 2024 tax overpayments greater than $2,500.
Okay, any questions? Okay, item 24.
Good morning. Bonnie Cordova, Interim Director, OMB. For notation only, special projects, discretionary fund expenditures, and P-card transactions for the period of December 21st, 2024 through January 20th, 2025 for Mayor, City Council reps, City Attorney's Office, City Manager's Office, and staff.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Vanessa Lagunas from Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing. The strategic goal for this item is number 8, nurture and promote a healthy, sustainable community. The linkage to the strategic plan is subsection 8.3, enhance animal services to ensure El Paso's pets are provided a safe and healthy environment. We are requesting that the Director of Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing be authorized to increase contract 2023-0136 microchips by $65,625 for a total not to exceed $328,125. This change order will allow the department to accommodate multi-division microchip utilization for the remainder of the contract, which expires on September 25th of 2026.
Any questions? Okay, item 26.
Mayor, at your request, item 26 is on the list of proposed revisions to be deleted tomorrow.
Okay. Item 27.
Good morning. Karina Brasgala, Economic and International Development. Item 27 is presentation, discussion, and action on the sale process for 17 city-owned properties located in the Union Plaza District, bounded by West Overland Avenue to the north, South Santa Fe Street to the east, East Paisano Drive to the south, and Alley B to the west. These are the properties we're seeking action and guidance on step 2 of the process outlined in December of 2023 for the disposition of properties formerly identified as the multi-purpose center construction site.
Okay, any questions? All right, thank you. Item number 28.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Mary Wiggins, Chief Human Resources Officer. Item 28 is going to be under Goal 6, a presentation and discussion on workforce focus initiatives tomorrow. Okay. Thank you.
All right, 29.
Good morning again, Luis Zamora with Planning and Inspections. Item 29, it's first reading of an ordinance granting a special permit for property located at 4893 Maxwell Avenue. This is to allow for a clinic and a side yard setback reduction. We received no opposition. The City Plan Commission recommended unanimous approval.
Okay, questions? All right, 30.
Item 30 is the first reading of an ordinance granting a special permit to allow for our orphanage shelter and side yard setback reduction for property located at 1100 East Cliff Drive. We received no opposition. The City Plan Commission recommended unanimous approval.
Questions? 31.
Item 31, also a first reading of an ordinance changing the zoning to C1 commercial for property located at 3505 Gateway West. This is for a proposed expansion of the business on adjacent vacant land. We received no opposition. City Plan Commission recommended unanimous approval.
Okay, questions? 32?
Item 32, also first reading of an ordinance changing the zoning to C3 commercial. This is for property located north of Pebble Hill Drive and east of John Hayes Street. This is for a proposed supermarket and restaurant use. We received one phone call and one email in support with no opposition. The City Plan Commission recommended unanimous approval.
Questions? 33?
Item 33, also first reading of an ordinance changing the zoning to C1 commercial for property located at 523 Giles Road. This is for a proposed indoor athletic facility. We received one phone call in support and one phone call in opposition. The City Plan Commission recommended unanimous approval.
Representative Rocha?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. And hi there. How are you?
Hello. Good.
So this is in reference to the briefing that I was provided. I believe it was last week.
Correct.
And I actually went and called several of the neighbors that were around the area. And in speaking to them, expressing what our conversation took place, it's a very unique location because it's right up against two residential properties. And the people that I spoke with were not in agreement for this property to be rezoned to a commercial lot. So if we need to speak further, please let me know, schedule something prior to the March 18th. But I just wanted to make sure that I let you all know that I did go out and canvass the area that was right around the proposed rezoning request.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Rocha.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Item 34?
Item 34, also first reading of an ordinance changing the zoning to C4 commercial. This is for property located north of Americas Avenue and west of Southside Road. This is for a proposed general warehouse. We received no opposition. The City Plan Commission recommended unanimous approval.
Okay, questions? 36, 35.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, just real quick, Kevin Smith with Plan Inspections for the record. So on item 33, Representative Rocha, we'd be happy to sit down with you prior to the public hearing and go over the process for the rezoning that we follow.
Yeah,
so we'll sit down with you.
I appreciate it. It was more specific to the possibility of what could happen if that little part doesn't work out.
Okay.
And it's what we spoke about.
Yeah, we'd be happy to sit
Okay,
down with you.
thank you. I appreciate it.
35?
Good morning. Excuse me. Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Council. Alex Vidales, El Paso Water Land and Water Rights Manager. Item 35 is the introduction and first reading for an ordinance authorizing the city manager to sign a purchase and sale agreement, a deed, and any other documents necessary to convey approximately 2.12 acres of land legally described as being all of lots 1 through 16 and 21 through 32 and the vacated alley within Block 72, Cotton Addition, City of El Paso County, Texas, and this is the 210 North Lee property. And we've got a chance to brief a couple of council members. We're still pending a few more.
Okay, questions? 36?
Item 36 is also first reading and introduction on an ordinance authorizing the city manager to sign a purchase and sale agreement, a deed, and any other documents necessary to convey approximately 20,948 acres of land legally described as property consisting of all or partial sections of Township 7 and 8, Block 65, and all or partial sections of PSL Block 77 and PSL Part 1 and PSL Part 2, Block 63, also known as the Wild Horse Ranch, and this one is in Culberson County, Texas, which is outside of Van Horn.
Okay, questions? All right, 37?
Thank you.
Randy Garcia with Streets and Maintenance. Item 37 is an ordinance amending Title 12, Chapter 12.88.150, speed limits. It's to add item 110, Justice Street, from Montana Avenue to the North City limits, and an ordinance amending Title 12.88.150, speed limits. It's to delete item 47, Justice Street, from Edgemere Boulevard to the South City limits.
Questions? 38?
Again, Randy Garcia, Streets and Maintenance. This is an ordinance amending Title 12, Chapter .88, Section .180. It's no stopping or standing. This is to add item 120 Pollard Street from Hayes Avenue to Truman Avenue on the east side, and to add item 121 Truman Avenue from Pollard Street to a point 420 feet east of the north side of the street.
Questions?
Thank you.
All right. 39.
Good morning. Crystal Bass with Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing. Item 39 is linked to strategic goal number 1, create an environment conducive to strong, sustainable economic development. The linkage to the strategic plan is subsection 1.4, grow the core business of air transportation. This is a replacement contract for passenger boarding bridge and checked baggage inspection system maintenance for the El Paso International Airport. This is a request for proposal procurement. There were 18 views online, 5 proposals were received, none being from local suppliers. No protests were received for this requirement. We are recommending to award Daifuku Services America Corporation, the highest ranked offer based on the evaluation factors established and the evaluation criteria for this procurement.
Okay, questions? Thank you. 40.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
Mayor, my name is Daniel Garcia from CID. Item 40 is discussion and action on a resolution authorizing the city manager to sign an agreement for professional services by and between the City of El Paso and Decker LLC for a project known as the Pebble Hills Regional Command Center renovation in the amount of $531,000.
Questions? 41. Thank you.
Good morning, Vanessa Lagunas with Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing. This is the strategic goal is number 2, set the standard for a safe and secure city. The linkage to the strategic plan is subsection 2.3, increase public safety operational efficiency. We are requesting that the Director of Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing Department be authorized to issue a purchase orders to Zoll Medical Corporation, the sole source manufacturer and provider for the X-Series cardiac monitor defibrillators, accessories, and maintenance for a term of 3 years for an estimated amount of $1,850,220.65. This contract will allow standardization of cardiac monitor defibrillators currently owned by the city.
Thank you. Questions? 42.
Mayor, Council, good morning. Once again, Daniel Garcia from CID. Item 42 is discussion and action on a resolution authorizing the city manager to sign an agreement for professional services by and between the City of El Paso and Countryman and Company PLLC for a project known as the Modesto Gomez Central Flat Fields project for an amount of $890,000.
Questions? Thank you. 43. Oh, you do represent Limon?
My question is this, if this is for the project, the Modesto Gomez, which is in central El Paso, on the bottom it indicates it's all districts.
And what I got clarification for that, ma'am, is due to the funding. I don't know if Gilbert.
Due to the funding?
Yes, ma'am, that they're using, that they're sourcing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item 43.
Good morning, Claudia Garcia with Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing Department. We're going to be deleting this item from the agenda.
Okay, thank you. Item 44.
Mayor, Council, Daniel Garcia from CID again. Item 44 is discussion and action that the city manager be authorized to sign an agreement for professional services by and between the City of El Paso and GRV Integrated Engineering Solutions for a project known as, I'm sorry, I do apologize, Rojas Drive Resurfacing and Reconstruction Project for an amount $445,900.
Okay, questions? Thank you. 45.
Good morning. Karina Brascala, Economic and International Development. Item 45 is authorization to enter into an interlocal agreement between the City of El Paso and El Paso County. This is for the procurement of professional services with Newmark Global Strategies. The purpose of the agreement is to update the city's Chapter 380 and then jointly the county's 381 incentive policies. The contract is not to exceed $25,000. And we are splitting that 50-50.
With the county?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
46.
Good morning. For the record, Ben Fife with Museums and Cultural Affairs. Item 46 is the annual update required by ordinance for the Public Art program, and we'll also use this as an opportunity to seek approval for the 2025 Public Art Plan, which includes any contracts we wish to initiate in this calendar year.
Thank you, Ben. Any questions for Ben? All right, thank you, Ben. Item 47.
Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Moy. I'm with El Paso Housing Finance Corporation. The item 47 before you today seeks approval of a resolution which permits the mayor to execute the city's general certificate and mayoral certificate approving El Paso Housing issuance of single-family mortgage revenue bonds, Series 2025A. The program will provide approximately $1 million in home buyer down payment, closing cost assistance, and $24 million in first-time home buyer mortgages within the city of El Paso. There is no cost to the city, and there is no liability for the city to ever have to pay for the bonds itself.
Very good. Any questions? Item 48.
Bonnie Cordova, Interim Director, OMB. Item 48, discussion and action that the city manager or designee be authorized to effectuate the listed budget transfers to increase Playa Padilla Zaragoza project, to set up budget for revolving loan fund for Borderplex Community Capital Agreement project, and to increase Memorial Park project for the purchase of solar lights.
Any questions? Yep. Representative Acevedo.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question on what solar lights for Memorial Park.
There.
Yes. Good morning, Rep. Acevedo. This is Danny Garcia from CID. There are solar lights on the presentation. We have details on the type of solar lights that meet historic district requirements and solar power.
I didn't see it on the presentation. I only saw the Playa Drain SCP Padilla to Zaragoza.
No, there should also be a memorial one, sir, for the BT. I don't know if IT can pull it up.
It's missing. It's missing. Update backup.
Will do. I do apologize, but it is included in the presentation. I will get you that information, sir.
Yeah, please, for tomorrow. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Representative Canales.
No comment. I just wanted to say congratulations, Interim Director.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, we do have one item on the special Mass Transit Department Board meeting agenda.
Jerry DeMuro, Deputy Transit Officer for Sun Metro. This is discussion and action on a resolution of the Mass Transit Department Board of the City of El Paso authorizing the city manager to take necessary actions to address immediate and continuing necessary city responses to the February 11, 2025 fire at the Sun Metro Transit Operations Center, to include authorizing contracting and purchasing without further action of the Mass Transit Department Board pursuant to allowable exemptions to the competitive bidding requirements under Section 252.022A of the Texas Local Government Code as amended, and authorizing the city manager designate to execute documents required in response to this emergency to enable routine mass transit operations to resume.
Any questions? Okay. Ms. Prime.
Thank you.
That brings us to the end of agenda review. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Second.
There's a motion and a second to adjourn the agenda review meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the agenda review meeting for Monday, February 24th, 2025 is adjourned at 9:44 a.m. Mayor, would you like to convene the work session?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Good morning. This is a work session of the El Paso City Council for Monday, February 24th, 2025. It is 9:44 a.m. Mayor Johnson is present and presiding in council chambers along with Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, Representative Acevedo, Representative Rocha, Representative Trejo, Representative Nino, Alternate Mayor Pro Tem Fierro, Representative Limon, and Representative Canales. The first item on the agenda is presentation and discussion by Project Arriba's annual report on the status of activities during the fiscal year, use of grant funds, and progress in the performance measures required under the Chapter 380 Economic Development Program Agreement executed on August 29, 2023 between the City of El Paso and Project Arriba.
Good morning.
Good morning. Delilah Cortez, Senior Economic Development Compliance Analyst for Economic and International Development. Item 1 is Project Arriba's annual report as required in their Chapter 380 agreement executed on August 29, 2023. Project Arriba is a community-based nonprofit that focuses on providing long-term, highly skilled training and case management services to eligible El Paso City residents. At this time, I would like to introduce Roman Ortiz, President and CEO at Project Arriba, who will be presenting their annual report to include outcome metrics as described in their Chapter 380 agreement. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. Good morning, Mayor and City Council.
Good morning.
I haven't had the pleasure of meeting everybody, but I do see some faces that are familiar. It's a joy always to be able to present the great work and partnership that Project Arriba and the City Impact Fund is doing. This is our first year completion. We're just giving you a brief update. I've been told 5 minutes or less. I do have a presentation just to kind of show you here and walk you through some of the key overview points. The name of this project, obviously, is the City of El Paso Impact Fund project. The duration is a 5-year grant. You don't know how important it is for a nonprofit organization to have a multi-year funding, which allows us to go after other foundations and other types of funding. When they see local funding that is multiple year, they are more willing to invest. Project Arriba, as mentioned, is a workforce intermediary. Our goal is to be able to increase the persistence rates in post-secondary success, leading into great jobs that stay here in El Paso. Some of the pictures that you see here will be from our 25th anniversary dinner and fundraiser that we had late last year. Just the key achievements here. In the first year, we served 410 individuals, had a 93% persistence rate. We job placed 72 individuals here in El Paso with average wages of $29 an hour. That is over $60,000 a year. They came into our program making less than $12,000, and in 2.5 years are getting jobs here in El Paso over $60,000. That's a 12-to-1 return on investment when you look at $4.3 million being paid in payroll annually, just with our first year graduates and job placements. Some financial information here. The first year, obviously, we have a $350,000 a year from the Impact Fund to Project Arriba. We are required to match funds at least the same amount or more. We have gone over and beyond by matching $1.7 million from the state, federal, and other types of grants, private grants. You will see there that of the total expenses, we spent $212,000 in direct participant expenses and $137,000 in indirect expenses to run the program. Quick performance measures. Again, our academic retention rate is 96%. Our persistence rate is 93%. You may ask, what's the difference? Persistence also includes how many people you graduate. And academic is just how many people are staying within the program. So a safe thing that we say is for every 100 people that start our program, 96 of them are still going to college 12 months later. That's how you would look at that. Most of the participants that we serve are at or below poverty, 60%. Again, we case managed 410 individuals, graduated 115 individuals in targeted occupations to include nursing, healthcare, education, IT, trades, and other demand occupations, and job placed 72. The compliance, we have met everything with regard to monthly reports submitted to the Economic Development Department. We work very well with your all's team here. We want you to always look at Project Arriba as the organization that is down the hall from you, helping you create your economic development goals. And we've been able to do that very well with the Economic Development Department. We submitted our mid-year report in June of '24, and this is our annual report presented to the city today. As I mentioned, the fundraising activities, we are required to match or exceed the amount that we receive from the city. From the state and federal grants, we received $1.5 million, and from private investments that are brand new investments, $121,000. Again, it's a pleasure and an honor to be able to speak to you today. If I can be of any service to you, please let me know. My contact information is there, and I thank you all for your continued partnership.
Thank you. Representative Limon?
Thank you, Mayor. Roman, it's great to see the project continue and continue. I have always referred this as the most important, best-kept economic development project in the city of El Paso. You guys do a fabulous job, and it's always great to see our young people move in their sessions, in their classes, and then go out and be successful people in our community. Felicidades.
Thank you very much.
Ramon, thank you, and keep up the good work.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Ramon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Item 2 is presentation and update by the Success Through Technology Education on the organization's FY 2024 annual report, including a status update on activities during FY 2024, use of grant funds and progress towards performance measures identified by the ARPA subrecipient agreement executed on April 11th, 2023.
Good morning. Alejandra Fuentes with Economic and International Development. Item 2 is the Success Through Technology Education, also known as STTE Foundation, delivering their annual report as required in their agreement. STT Foundation is a nonprofit organization that supports efforts that develop, deploy, and advance educational programs focused on harvesting entrepreneurship ecosystems in the STEAM workforce. I would now like to introduce Joseph Sapien, Executive Director for the STT Foundation, who will be delivering their annual report.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Johnson, City Council members, and guests. I'm Joseph Sapien, Executive Director for STTE. STT started in 2018 as a nonprofit organization that focuses on education, workforce, and startups. Our mission is simple, as Alejandra mentioned, is to deploy education and entrepreneurship education for the future. In education, I'm going to move here, the slides. In education, we have a few initiatives called Unicorn Academy, which is a virtual AI and AR textbook. We also do some stuff with augmented reality at La Nube, which impacted so far 110,000 visitors with virtual STEM try-ons. And then also our Latinx EdTech Summit, which was a local initiative that grew into a national powerhouse. We do some stuff with workforce in our Skills for Sustainability. It's a partnership with El Paso Water, and it's a game changer as far as getting individuals prepared and earning up to about $22 an hour at the utility company. In startups, that's our specialty. We do open AI hackathons with companies like El Paso Electric, where we focus on AI development. And then we also have built Startosphere, which is an AI-powered driven business model canvas generator, which takes a 2-month process down to 2 minutes. Our next innovation is an AI legal assistant, which is what we're really working on right now. And so we're not just preparing the future, we're also creating it. And now to talk about our remarkable venture program, let me call up Stephanie Schilling, our venture manager, to please come up and present.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Stephanie Schilling. I serve as the Ventures Manager for STTE. Back in April of 2023, the City of El Paso Economic Development Department issued a grant for 4 years, a total investment of $500,000 to support 20 startups. And so here you'll see the outcomes of the 2024 program year. What you'll see on this slide is that all of the targets that were listed in the original agreement were far exceeded. But what that means overall for the return of investment for the city is a 12x return on every dollar that was given to STT during the 2024 program year. That equated to a $2.9 million economic impact. I'm going to take a minute here to go through the 5 startups that were in the program last year. And the first one is Aurum. And what you'll see on the slide is a milestones that they accomplished throughout the program year. They incorporated in May of last year. We did host a congressional pitch for Congresswoman Escobar. And so through that, we did get an introduction to the Aerospace Center, and they're on the wait list to be able to have some space at that facility. They were awarded a grant in conjunction with UTEP for microbial databasing. And then we did submit a SBIR grant in December of 24. We've been notified that we've passed the administrative review review, and we're now going through the merit review. And so hopefully we'll hear back by March, April of whether or not phase 1 funding was approved. We have been in talks with El Paso Water since June of last year. The project kind of took a pause, and so we meet again this Wednesday to bring that conversation for collaboration up. So Orem is a all-solution waste management company, and so the original idea brought to El Paso Water is to transform human waste into biochar. The biochar can be used for elimination of forever chemicals, PFAS in water. It can also be used for water retention in soil, and so there's a lot of different products that Orem is offering. We did have a conversation last month with the San Antonio Water Board, and we are in further conversation with Miami Water to do some contracting with Orem to develop prototyping. So I'm really hoping that this week El Paso Water will see, we can brainstorm some collaboration for Orem to move their project along and start, really launch their company in El Paso before we go elsewhere. The second startup in our cohort was Chuco Relic, which is a brand that so many of us love and know. And really, we accepted Chuco Relic in the program to take them from the mark of $750,000 in annual sales and exceed the 1 million mark, but more to expand the brand to a national platform. And so we're currently we started the beginning of their program year in May with really looking at their operations and making sure they had capacity to scale their sales to more than $1 million. And so we're currently working on a business-to-business strategy to make sure that they can take bulk orders for custom shirts, and the strategy to get the brand and the custom artwork in other cities across the United States that are heavily Hispanic populated is also underway. The third startup in our program was Jale, and so Jale's co-founder is Samuel Franco, who was born in Clint, is in El Paso and graduated from the University of Texas at El Paso and is now residing in Austin. So when we met them last year, they were still working on their MVP of an app, and it's a Latino employment marketplace. So essentially contractors would put jobs, if they were to bid on contracts that they want and they needed an influx of employees, then they would go onto the platform and meet hourly skilled workers to employ them for these projects. And so there have been, officially last week, the launch parties took place in San Antonio and Austin. And in an effort to show that El Paso is behind our people, we are going to we're going to host their launch party in April in El Paso. And so we're pending a date with the El Paso Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. The fourth company in our ventures program is PCG Concrete, and so this company is an architect in El Paso who recognizes the need for an increase in competition in concrete providers, and so they are working on the final paperwork for a $300,000 investment into their company. And so the initial phase is providing concrete, but the second phase is to explore 3D printing to build communities completely 3D printed. And then the last venture of our cohort is Try Some Saunas, and his research says that one sauna session is the equivalent to one antidepressant pill. And so his company was founded on this idea that saunas can really help athletes, law enforcement, with ongoing maintenance to their mental health. And so at the start of the program, it really was an idea. He had installed a few saunas, but these are custom saunas that go up within 20 minutes and get hotter than most of these saunas on the market that you'd order off of Amazon. And so since he started the program, he's had 56 sales of custom saunas. He is in the bidding right now for being a vendor at the FIFA tournament next year. And then he is working with a trainer who's getting people prepared for the NFL draft for his saunas, and then has secured a contract with Texas A&M to do sauna facilities for their sports teams. So we've seen him do a lot of growth, and each one of these companies has been a little bit different in terms of their metrics measurements, from users, from sales, from investment. And so this is the impact report for the first 2 years of the program that have already occurred, and there's still another 2 years left of this program. I will share that the ventures application for 2025 is live now, and will most likely go through the end of March. I'll take any questions if anyone has any.
Representative Chavez.
Good morning.
Tour the STTE offices, and
I encourage others to do the same. I know Samuel Franco very well because he graduated with me from the LBAM program. I believe in investing in our future, like you just mentioned, but most importantly, taking a risk on many of these entrepreneurs, because many times access to capital is where they get stuck and they can't grow or, expand on whatever idea they have. And so investing in our future, investing in these startups is critical to the future of, entrepreneurship and making sure that our community really has opportunities. So I am a strong believer in the STTE Foundation, and I thank you for all the wonderful work you're doing and for believing in these people. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Representative Acevedo.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't even know where to start with STT. I am really, really, really impressed with the work that you're doing, and I am a big fan. I really enjoyed the AI in the Borderlands Summit that you did with Carnegie. Having Carnegie in our community is a huge, huge deal. I can't remember the last time that has happened, and I know I'm not trying to steal your thunder or anything like that, but I know you want to do a part 2 at some point this year, and I really encourage council, if it's going to be a 1-day or a 2-day summit, to please delete everything on your calendar. Hopefully we'll get a invitation so we block everything and really attend the whole thing. I think it'll be a really big deal for our community. I think we have Juarez, El Paso, Las Cruces at the table, and I think we could really do something amazing with this. And so I really like that you're at La Nube. You're doing stuff there. The Skills for Sustainability program is a big deal. The Latinx EdTech Summit, big deal. So I just am really impressed. And the one thing that I'm wondering is, or I have another thing as well, is if you can kind of break down, because when I'm looking at this, I'm seeing that the city gave you $125,000 and you brought in $2.9 million in economic impact, and that's a really big deal. I mean, it's such a small amount that we have given you yearly, and you're doing amazing things with it, right? So can you tell me more about that?
Yeah, I would say the secret sauce there in the Ventures program is that we take those $125,000, that funds a part of my salary, and so my job is really intensive case management. So I think more than just offering workshops or inviting people to events, we're really understanding. We did get almost 35 applications for the Ventures program, and the 5 we selected were based on, can we bring value? Can we give them the resources they need to get them off the ground? There was so many that we wish we could have taken in, but knew that we couldn't do everything that they needed. And so that labor, that very intensive case management, I think is what makes the difference. I always share, Orem's one of my favorite program participants, and they're 2 scientists at Texas Oncology, Texas Urology, and Texas Tech. And so when they came, they were like, we don't even know how to do this business thing. And so we've taken them through so much of what the business side of it looks like to expand their science knowledge. And I think too, STTE recognizes, to Representative Chavez's point, that the access to capital in the borderland is limited. And so the only way that we really elevate startups is by connecting them nationally. And I think all those other things like Latinx EdTech, we brought that conference to Latitude in September. It's the largest gathering of Hispanics in the United States. And so STT is constantly building that network outside of El Paso to make sure that when we have our startups, we have the talent that we're able to expose them. We are attending South by Southwest. We're taking some of our startups. We've got meetings scheduled, and we're really trying to make sure that we give them opportunity to all of the contacts that they may not have had if they were doing this alone.
And if this was a perfect world and you had more of a contribution from the $125,000, what could you do, or what is preventing you from doing some things on your list right now?
Right. So I would say that $125,000 that funds this Ventures program, it starts in the spring, and after we select the 5, because that's what we're allowed to fund. If any startups come into our space throughout the year, we're really scrambling to figure out how to help them outside of the funds that are allocated for 5 ventures. And so the capacity building, STT struggles with a little bit, because we meet entrepreneurs that come in and have these insane insanely wild ideas, but that can be scalable and very successful, but also we're, limited in how we can help. And so one thing that I would say STT does very well to community is add value for connections. We always know someone who can help or make an impact or help grow someone, get an advisor. But I'd say capacity building for us is a big thing.
And it seems like it's a lot of entrepreneurs and doing that. And so what is the overall vision that you have for entrepreneurship here in our area?
Well, I would say similar to some of the other topics, the idea is that El Paso will become a startup hub, that when people think of entrepreneurship, that they think of cross-border advantages in El Paso being a factor to contributing to that. And so STT has been scouted by Inicio Ventures to run the startup hub. And so we're working on an MOU to get that started. But initially, it's an operations investment in STT. And then it comes with the responsibility of forming a startup council in the region where we would include all the entrepreneur ecosystem in El Paso, education institutions, hopefully some members of government, in order to make sure that we're leveraging an investment that Inicio Ventures will make of $300,000 to $500,000. And so again, we want to do good work here. We want to help individuals start their businesses. In this report, there's 28 new jobs created. And so we want to make sure that we're constantly fueling this economic development, but we recognize that we need a national platform. We need to be established as a startup hub, and STT is working on that outside of the Ventures program. Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you so much for everything you do. I mean, I think that could be such a big deal for economic development in our area, and I think that we really need to take advantage of that. So I look forward to more of the conversation. I look forward to more Carnegie as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Nino.
Good morning. I also want to thank you guys for allowing us to take part of the AI Borderline Conversations. It was a great opportunity for many different community leaders and also business leaders and members of your organization to take part of. It's exciting to see where the future is headed, and I'm thankful that you guys are a part of that. And I wanted to echo what Mayor Pro Tem Chavez and also Acevedo mentioned. And I'm looking forward to future conversations and seeing how we can continue to collaborate and also support you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Limon.
Thank you, Mayor. And I, too, want to echo that. I think that coming on board and attending the AI conference was a fabulous opportunity for me. Not only attending, but then sitting with another colleague from MCA, that Nancy, and it just built a really good community. The important thing was the summary at the end, and that's exactly after this one day that we met, what's the next step? And so I'm really happy to hear that there will be a second step, and there will be perhaps another full day or 2-day conference, and I stand ready to attend and assist in any possible way that you would need.
Yeah, we are pending funding, and so the funding will kind of dictate the day of the conference. We're really hoping for September of this year, but we're pending that and confirmation of our partners that will join us in putting the conference together.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations on all your success. I mean, to get a 12x return on the funds is huge, and it's also good when you were talking and telling us the stories about Arium and Chico Relic and some of the companies and what they're doing already with San Antonio Water, Miami Water, and everyone knows Chelsea at Chico Relic. We all have some of the clothing, the coasters and the shirts and the things from Chico Relic. So our hats are off to you. I go back to what Representative Acevedo said, though. You're getting $125K and you're turning that into a $2.9 million impact, which is huge. I could only wonder if you had a little more, what you could do if we were to step that up and really put some money towards this, because you got 28 jobs. It could then be 50 and 60 and so on. So congratulations, you guys are doing one heck of a job.
Thank you. Thanks.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
All right, thank you guys.
That brings us to item number 3, and this is a presentation and update by the Medical Center of Americas on the organization's FY 2024 annual report, including a status update on activities during FY 2024, use of grant funds, and progress toward performance measures identified by the Chapter 380 agreement, executed on February 7th, 2012.
Alejandra Fuentes with Economic and International Development. As mentioned, item 3 is the Medical Center of the Americas, also known as the MCA, delivering their annual report. The MCA is an academic health sciences center that supports the expansion of the healthcare industry through research and innovation, and is a proud partner of the City of El Paso. I would now like to introduce Mr. Carlos Ortega, President and Chief Executive Officer for the MCA, who will be delivering their annual report.
Good morning, Mayor, Council.
Good morning.
City Manager, and City staff. My name is Carlos Ortega. I'm the CEO of the MCA. I'm accompanied today by MCA senior staff Nancy Lowry, Michaela Linden Johnson, Javier Cardenas, and Monica Peña. I want to thank you for having us today, but more importantly, I want to thank you for the individual meetings that we've had with you to review in detail MCA's performance, and for those new members to council and mayor and city manager, provide background information on the MCA, history of the MCA, and some context for the MCA. So in the interest of time and keeping to our time limit, I'm going to now bring up Nancy Lowry, who's going to introduce a very special guest, UTEP researcher, and what the MCA Innovation Center and its facilities has done for them. Nancy?
Mayor, council, guests, thank you for having us here. I wanted to take my time to introduce Dr. Ramon Rosas Acosta. He's a researcher and founder of a local startup company. He's associate professor, Department of Biological Sciences at UTEP, and I wanted him to talk about his company and the work he's doing. Okay, so now I'm just going to turn it over to him.
Well, once again, I'm Dr. Germán Rosas Acosta. I'm an associate professor at the University of Texas at El Paso, and I am also the founder and CEO of Sumodulon, which is a company aimed at developing innovative chemosensitizers, which are molecules that increase the effectiveness of chemotherapeutic treatments. The research that is currently being done by my group at UTEP has actually led me to start a biotech company as a way to move our findings from the bench side to the clinic, as that's the place where biomedical science finds its final most meaningful use. However, as an academic biomedical scientist, I lack the knowledge of entrepreneurship needed to pursue that goal effectively. Thankfully, I actually came across the Medical Center of the Americas owing to a poster presentation that they organized to showcase the biomedical science being produced in our region. Since that day, the Medical Center of the Americas has been absolutely instrumental in advancing Sumodulon's development. They provided crucial support in scientific validation, market strategy, and investor readiness. Through their guidance, we have refined our technology readiness level, ensuring a strong foundation for our main product, the main product of our company called SumTwine, for its clinical and commercial trajectory. Their support has also enhanced our ability to engage with local physicians, secure funding opportunities, and position SumTwine, our product, as a groundbreaking cancer therapy. Thanks to the Medical Center of the Americas, we are now well equipped to move forward with confidence toward preclinical testing and eventual market entry. In addition to providing guidance and support, the Medical Center of the Americas, through the Elevate Health event, which is a pitch competition, has also provided economic support to Sumodulon, as we were among the winners of that pitch competition. On a final note, and this is now me being completely honest and giving my own personal view of what is needed for the development of this city, creating a healthy biotech hub will be essential for the future development of our city and our region. It will create numerous well-paid positions and retain brilliant students who graduate from our graduate and undergraduate programs at UTEP. The Medical Center of the Americas is without a doubt the main catalyzer for the development of the biotech industry in our region, and supporting their success is a critical investment for our city. Thank you.
Herman, that was a great elevator pitch for MCA and Biotech Hub. So that was spot on, and I don't think we're going to disagree with you on that one. So thank you on everything you're doing and all your success in the area of clinical trials and what you're doing. But it's important work, and it's the work that needs to be done. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
And I wanted to very quickly mention that the proof of concept funding that you provide to us is what supports these companies. That's where the pitch money comes from.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
I'm now going to turn it over to Michaela Linden Johnson. She is going to, in our meetings with you all, we reviewed information about clinical trials in El Paso. And I promised you at this meeting that I would bring Michaela up here. And she's done a great job with clinical trials for us. And I want her to kind of walk you through that, the results that she's been able to produce, which has been very significant. Michaela?
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Good morning.
It's nice to meet you. My name is Michaela Linden Johnson. I'm the Senior Director of Clinical Trials and Business Development for the Medical Center of the Americas Foundation. I've been with the MCA for 8 years. It's been hard to believe it's been that long. And in my time at the MCA, my role there again is to bring clinical trials to the region. The MCA, as you know, its mission is to bring a globally competitive life science industry to the region, and clinical trials are a key component of that. It's not the only component. You just heard that we also support entrepreneurs. But clinical research is important, and I wanted to give you a sense as to why. It brings in high-wage jobs to our region. We've been focused a little bit about making sure that we grow our economy as well, and clinical research brings in revenue. It provides access to not only me-too drug products. These new products coming through the product pipeline have the hope of dramatically improving survivability, but also the quality of life for our community. And last but not least, if you want to move away from just being a passive recipient of really good health care, I'm not saying that's bad, but if you want to move into becoming known as a hub of innovation, clinical research is key. So our role here is to put El Paso on the map with regard to becoming known as a hub of innovation in the space of healthcare. As you can see from the slide here, over the last 9 years, we've managed to increase the clinical trial activity year after year to a tune of 548%. And that comes with an increased number of sites. As you can see, most of that growth in trial activity has occurred in El Paso, but Las Cruces is also coming on board, along with Fort Bliss. Many of our trial specialties have grown, but most of our trials that we're bringing to the region are now mostly in the space of oncology, and we expect that to grow even further with the onset of Texas Tech's their new oncology center coming on board. Texas Tech, I don't know if you know too, we had a major win this year. NCATS, the National Clinical and Translational Hub at UT Houston, and most of which happens that NCATS hubs are funded federally. UT Houston formed an alliance with Texas Tech just this year that brings more federal dollars in the way of trials, and that will also push that trial activity up. We've grown up to now 70 sites, and you might ask yourselves at this point, what has the MCA done to make this happen? Well, we knew that clinical trial activity would grow with 2 new medical schools, 2 new schools of nursing, new school of pharmacy, new school of dentistry, 2 new graduate schools of biomedical sciences, all that came on board in the last 25 years. We knew clinical research would eventually come here anyway, with the growth of all that university activity, but we like to think that we've catalyzed it through our programs. And our programs and initiatives are focused on growing our workforce. We've trained close to 256 entry-level clinical research coordinators. We've also trained up our physicians. 51 physicians have now received clinical research training. And we've gone out to community sites, healthcare clinics, asked them, would you like to do clinical research? And we scare them a little bit. We tell them it's not an easy lift, but here's what you need to do if you want to move in this direction. So we've been able to grow a lot of our trial activity, not just at our academic centers, but also in the community. And I think that's it for now. Any questions?
I actually have just a comment, then maybe a question. So, congratulations from 2015 to now, 548% growth. That's incredible. And it seems like your year-over-year growth is about almost 10%, 9.5%. I think I know what happened, but if you look at your growth from 2020, that just went. Can you touch on what you saw there?
Good. Question. That's when we won a big grant from Bristol Myers Squibb, and we were able to bring our clinical trial academy to the region. When I started meeting with people here, they said, if you do nothing, Michaela, grow the workforce. So that's where you see the workforce growing. And then we got another grant from the El Paso County that helped us bring on our second big program, which is called our Clinical Trial Network. The Clinical Trial Academy isn't just growing our workforce. I want to also say we're also focused on site expansion. It pays for consultants to go out to healthcare clinics and talk with physicians about what it means to add clinical research as a care option. But with the second program, you see further growth, which is aimed at training promotoras, CHWs about what is a trial, what's its impact on health and healthcare equity. Training our healthcare providers is the same. When we had COVID, many of our residents went to see their doctors sick with COVID. They got sent home. We wanted to make sure that if we were ever in another pandemic, El Paso physicians would know what trials are being run and refer those patients to trials. They're experimental care, but it would have been better maybe to have referred some of our community members to trials rather than just sending them home. So the second program aims purely to spread the word about trials and who's running them and how to refer.
Very good. Representative Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to all everybody here from the MCA today. I just had I wanted to just really let you all know how grateful I am for the tour that I received a couple of weeks ago. It's phenomenal to see it in person, not only to hear about it here, but to see it in person and all the great work that you're doing. But I also would like to say that I don't think you toot your own horn enough. Because not only that, I know that you all also have, and if you'll briefly just advise us, is it once a month or once every other week that you have the morning with the shooting a pitch? Because I believe that's
a national.
That's the national thing.
That's a national effort from the Kauffman Foundation that we host at the 1CA, at the MCA. It's called 1 Million Cups, Entrepreneurship Growth Over 1 Million Cups of Coffee.
Yes.
It's the first and third Wednesday of the month, 9 a.m. Everybody is welcome. Come have coffee and snacks and listen to 2 local startups talk about their businesses.
I think that's a great opportunity for all entrepreneurs or want to be, right, entrepreneurs to have the opportunity to get their ideas out. Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention one thing, Michaela didn't bring up that Bristol Myers Squibb was so impressed with the work. They funded us for 3 years. So consecutively to keep going with them. So we're going to continue to work with other pharmaceuticals too. I know Michaela has reached out to Merck. and Sanofi and others. So we're not through with bringing in the pharmaceuticals to continue to support us with clinical trials.
Fantastic.
But we had to start from scratch, from the bottom, developing the workforce, sites, getting the words out, and then impressing some pharmaceuticals, which Michaela did a great job to bring Bristol Myers Squibb on board. That really gave us the impetus, some funding to really kick this thing off. And then the county helped us with an ARPA grant also. So that's all been part of the success that we've enjoyed with that funding, as well as the city's funding as well. So we want to thank you very much, the city of El Paso, for our support and continued partnership. And so if there's any other questions.
Yeah, we have one more comment. Representative Nino?
I also want to thank you, Mayor. I want to thank you guys for the great work that you all do within the community. I know that you all also do youth camps. I remember in conversation that you all mentioned the STEM camps, right? That there was someone that had started at a very young age and now volunteers to help be part of the the educational part of the camps. So I want to congratulate you and thank you as well for that, because the youth is the future of our community, and I'm thankful that you guys allow them to be part of these conversations and these spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I just say one last thing? I forgot to mention that the clinical trial industry now brings in an estimated $125 million of revenue and supports over 191 high-wage jobs. So it's been good for care, but also for economic growth in our community.
Fantastic. Thank you guys and congratulations.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Ms. Bryan, we're moving on to number 4.
Yes, sir. Item 4 is presentation and discussion of an overview of the Economic and International Development Department.
Good morning, Karina.
Good morning. You've got back-to-backs with us, but we'll pause. So Karina Brazgala, Director for Economic and International Development at the city. I'm going to do a quick overview. I'm touching on a lot of things at quite a high level, but you all will hear from us forever. We're not going away. So I'm going to do a quick overview of some of our programs, the way our incentives work, negotiations process, and then talk about our funding. This will lead into a conversation about the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, which we've been touting far and wide. And so kind of talking a little bit about why that CEDS process is so important for the city specifically and how it's going to inform our work here in economic development. And then, again, you'll be hearing from us. We'll be back next week with an overview of our small business programming, which works a little differently. We're on the budget lineup for department overviews and a number of other items, which I'll talk on. But I just want to let you know, please stop me at any time if there's any questions. But I'm kind of jumping around a little bit and touching on several things. So for everyone here and anyone watching online, a quick overview of the department. So we have both, obviously, economic and international development. We've got kind of 4 buckets, although a lot of things flow between each other, and we work pretty holistically on deals. So industry development is a lot of our kind of jobs, capital investment. That's your larger businesses, but it can be mid-sized or even small. And part of that is retention and expansion. So once a business is here, what can we do to make them stay here, but also expand and grow? Small business assistance, which is focused on your 50 and under, but a lot of those are employed even under 20 employees, or they're sole proprietorships, so they'll have less than 5. International business and trade kind of fits between the 2 buckets, and oftentimes because when we're looking at foreign direct investment, that follows more of an industry development model. We're relocating larger scale businesses. But when you're looking at things like supply chain, those are smaller suppliers that can benefit more from small business. Also in here, not as a specific call out, but things like the Advanced Manufacturing District, right, is another place where we've got assistance programs, but it's also supporting a larger industry development. Our redevelopment section is infill and transit-oriented development programs, but then also more recently focusing on housing. That is, of course, shared between us, Community and Human Development, Planning and Inspections, a number of other departments, but really focusing on ways that we can bolster the housing market, bring in market rate, affordable and new types of housing across the city. And then compliance and finance. You heard from 2 folks on our compliance team earlier introducing those annual reports, but we have 3 full-time staff members that just do agreement compliance. And so we do that in-house in coordination with the Office of the Comptroller, the tax office, budget, et cetera. But all of our agreements we monitor ourselves. We review all of those payments. We do a pretty hefty job on the compliance side as well. And not everybody knows that we do our own compliance. Here's department contacts. I think you all have this information, but if anybody's looking for us, they're up on our website, but also in the backup. And then talking about interdepartmental support, you'll see this as we go throughout the year and bring forward more items, but it's very rare that economic development is doing anything in a vacuum. While we may bring forward individual agreements for incentives, they are often supported by other departments, or we are working with them. All of these things, and this is not comprehensive. Obviously, there's more folks than this that we work with, but strategic and legislative affairs, especially with the state session kicking off, lots of questions about economic development tools, about the legislation we're allowed. So working heavily with them. El Paso International Airport, of course, the Advanced Manufacturing District, but also they're quite a large holder of land, and things like the Marmax facility, one of our larger deals in the past couple of years out at EPIA. Capital improvements, planning and inspections, Office of the Comptroller, international bridges, community development, all supportive on various initiatives. But you really can't talk about economic development from the kind of financing and attraction perspective without also talking about development regulations. It's the other part. I can do incentives, we can help with jobs, all that sort of thing. But if you can't get a business up and running, if you can't get your physical space ready, that's kind of the other half of the equation there. And then El Paso Water, another one of our partners on land, and I don't mean this to single them out on the utilities, but our utility partners are also quite large. And then strategic communications, really helping us with communications and messaging. I believe there's a number of press releases going out this week, and so working with Laura Cruz Acosta and her team as we do outreach, but really making sure that we're, responding and making sure that the public is aware of the work that we're doing. So this is my little basic kind of graph. If you're talking about economic development, here's kind of how we're trying to approach this. So what do businesses need? What does workforce need? What are community needs? And we try and balance these three things. I will say that our approach has been very jobs focused. Our goal is to get workers in El Paso into high-paying quality jobs. And so working on education and training, but then that is workforce plays right into a business need. When we talk to businesses, access to capital, right? Funding is never going to go away, but the number one thing they ask for cities when they come in and they are talking to us, whether they're here or thinking about relocating here or moving here, is workforce. And we have an excellent workforce. We get lots of comments all the time about the strength of our skill program, our educational pipeline on what hard workers everyone is. We are still the largest bilingual, binational workforce in the Western Hemisphere. We're very proud of that. And we get a lot of phenomenal feedback from companies that we're working with on how just the quality of that for El Paso. So it's one of our biggest competitive strengths. This is kind of your 101, and you'll see a lot of these are on the city's strategic plan as well. So these are kind of how we organize our work. Create and retain jobs, and that is specifically growing local talent, but bringing in folks into El Paso, making sure we've got those career opportunities, and then jobs at or above median county wage, and that could be up for discussion. I think we should be pushing the wages a little bit higher. Increasing our commercial tax base, commercial and industrial. We talk a lot about the burden on residential taxpayers. I don't think anyone here would disagree that that needs to kind of shift. And so looking at the way that we get more businesses in paying taxes. And then making sure that we're competitive, that we leverage our affordability status and try and keep ourselves affordable. And then revitalize communities. So utilizing, that's really the focus of the redevelopment program, but looking at the ways that we encourage growth throughout El Paso, rather than losing population in the urban core, which we have done consistently sort of year over year with the census, but taking advantage of those, I'm going to say older neighborhoods. I don't mean it in a derogatory manner, but just frankly, places where infrastructure is older, but they also have some of the best kind of urban fabric where you've got neighborhood schools, neighborhood parks, making sure that people can continue to grow and age in place and bring in new families into those areas. And so not just seeing investment in, I love the East Side, Representative Nino, but not just growth on the East Side or the Northwest, but kind of across the city. So the role of City Council, I'm going to highlight this because you all are my audience today, but this comes straight out of the International Economic Development Council. They have a very nice kind of primer on what elected officials should be looking at in terms of economic development. This is not comprehensive. You all do much more than this, but we'll kind of go through some of these on the next slides. So the number one role for our work as a department, what we rely on City Council is to set the economic development vision and goals for the city. So making sure that we understand our place in the bigger economic ecosystem, what are the city's strengths and weaknesses, and how we work with other partners and jurisdictions. Because you all represent the city at large, your own districts, but really taking that kind of larger picture view. While there are deals on the day-to-day, the reliance on City Council to set that vision, to make sure that we are moving everything towards it with every, piece agreement we pass, if we update policies, which you all will be looking at tomorrow, the first step in that, making sure that we're aligned with the vision in what supports the city and the region. And that's also part of why we're talking about the comprehensive economic development strategy. And then support that strategy. So it's all well and good to have a vision, but how do we actually get there? And so that is the allocation of resources. You all are heading into budget. I swear this isn't like a ploy for more funding. But just generally, right, where do you have your staff allocated? Where do you put money? You've just heard 3 annual reports from organizations that we provide resources to. I think that has paid off very well. And so everything is about where are we investing and where are we spending our time and money. And then part of that is also making sure that we evaluate performance. So measurable outcomes for the work that we're trying to do to see whether we're achieving that vision. Regulation and policy, again, you all see a number of items across agendas, but also touch on other things, the city manager as well. But really that interaction between economic development policy and vision and other city policies. So is the way that we're approaching things like transportation, housing, those are 2 of the biggest costs that affect people's households. And so if you're targeting higher wages, I think the other natural component of that is how do we reduce their largest cost barriers so that people have more disposable income, have more flexibility to move and invest in our community. And so looking at the ways that other city policies, including regulations, so when we're talking about land use, planning, zoning, do those match our vision for economic development? Are we all moving together? And vice versa, if we're doing something very different with transportation, do we need to adjust our economic development vision to support that work? And then balancing resolution of issues, so that kind of business-friendly environment. Where's your balance on that versus, I think, very real trade-offs, occasionally in long-term goals, adherence to things like public safety, and so making sure, that we're kind of achieving that balance between making sure we're open for business, but also protecting all of those things that you all as city officials are, held to protect. And then one of the biggest ones, you all are the kind of public face for the city. And so helping tell our story. You are our messaging partners. So bringing new partners to the table, making sure that other government jurisdictions, other stakeholders, maybe folks that we haven't worked with before, come in. And a lot of times constituents will reach out, people will reach out, I know, especially to the mayor, but to all of the district offices saying, hi, I'm trying to get involved in XYZ, I'm thinking about this business. You all are often first point of contact. And so making sure that you have the information you need on what is our vision, what are we trying to accomplish, and that you can be good messengers for the city and help steward that vision. And I think that's very important. And then to continue to engage stakeholders. You get asked about it at your community meetings. We want to make sure that you have the answers, but also that you feel supported and strong in that messaging when you're asked questions by your constituents about what's happening with this deal or where are we going with this or what's the plan for this, that you have those answers and that you feel that really strongly about that vision and that you're able to speak to that. And then speaking of our priorities, so this is vision and goals. To think about this, so this is our priority alignment kind of today. These are areas based on previous economic analyses and our policies that are in place what our focus areas are. So really looking at things that we're well suited for: advanced manufacturing, aerospace and defense, advanced logistics, small business support, intelligent infrastructure, which lines up very closely with the ports of entry, and then industrial park support. And then we have support and partnership areas, so health and life sciences, that's the MCA agreement, workforce development, which is often the charge of Workforce Solutions Borderplex, which is our local workforce board, business support services, which look a lot different. That's a little bit of the data center conversation. And then tourism, entertainment, international ports. Again, sometimes I don't know what I'd be doing here if we didn't have international trade. It is one of our largest economic drivers, and so making sure that we can be supportive of both the ports that the city owns and operates, but also just generally international trade. And this is the kind of boring stuff, but I think it's important to understand. Carla's not here. Oh no, she did just show up. City Attorney Neiman can correct me if I've gotten any of this wrong. So Chapter 380, you will hear the most frequently when we were talking about our agreements. This is the Texas Local Government Code section that establishes the authority to enter into economic development programs. So you can see it covers programming, loans, and grants of public money. This is all of our incentives. And so I know when we talk about 380 agreements, we are usually talking about our strategic incentives program, but technically all of my agreements are Chapter 380 agreements. That's where our authority comes from the state to enter into these kinds of deals. And then under 210010 of the city code, the function of the Economic Development Division is to assist with job creation in the community and then administer economic incentive programs. And so you can see that even in code, our kind of goal, our purpose is to drive job creation. This is another section of City Code 2.94090D. It is restricted lobbying activities. So this doesn't per se apply to you all, but it's about anyone looking for economic development incentives should be complying with this, but it does restrict the contact of City Council by persons seeking those incentives prior to any vote or recommendation by staff. And I flag this just really for anyone listening, but then also we've had a lot of conversations about, we bring deals forward. A lot of those are protected negotiations. We may have non-disclosure agreements in place. And I do know that from the public perspective, it feels like a lot of these decisions happen behind closed doors. And some of that information is protected and is an executive session, for example, but really we're very, very public. Our priorities should always be public. The types of businesses we're trying to recruit are public. Every single agreement we bring before you all needs to be approved by a public vote of the City Council. And all of our agreements and monitoring activities are both, we do at least annual reports directly to council, but then we also report everything through the Texas Comptroller. So if anyone ever wants to see any agreement we've ever done, there is a very nice database on the Comptroller website. And so really the point of this is not, on my earlier slides I explained, there's a lot of places where City Council is involved. I think I really want to point this out for anyone looking for incentives, but also just to warn you all, we really want to avoid the appearance of undue influence on incentives. And so there are ways that council gets involved and sets precedent, but I just want to assure everyone it's right there in the code. There are not secret conversations where they're getting people's votes. That is not how we do deals. Everything is governed by our policies and by our priorities. Okay, so this is kind of the toolkit. I'm going to go through these next slides a little bit, the next slide in specific a little bit quickly, but we stack these. So I'm just one piece of the puzzle. We've got local incentive programs, but we often partner with state or federal resources, and those look different. And then of course, federal and state are both kind of in flux right now. But there are a number of programs. Okay, these are very small, but I've highlighted the ones that we work on primarily. So Chapter 380, as I said, is our economic incentives program. 381 is the counterpart at the county level. El Paso County partners with us on it's just over 80% of our incentive agreements. So they'll have one with both the city and the county. Their jurisdiction's a little bit different. Their programming is a little bit different. That's part of tomorrow's interlocal agreement, is to kind of align those more closely. Chapter 312, which is tax abatements. And so instead of working on a reimbursement, the taxes are abated up front. It's sort of a compliance distinction, but you'll see those both have to do with tax reimbursements. Chapter 311 is the Tax Increment Financing Act. And then Chapter 253 is the recently adopted, so last legislative session, that allows us to transfer property held by a city as part of a Chapter 380 agreement. So if you have incentives, you can include property as value in those incentives and transfer that land, which is a new one. It's very helpful for us because the city owns a large portion of land in and outside of city limits that is managed by El Paso Water, and so really being able to leverage that more effectively. And then there's a number of rebates. I've got permit assistance, one-stop shop on here. Again, that regulatory incentive. We often offer permit waivers, but also really the expedited service through the one-stop shop of being able to turn your development process over quickly. And then our utility partners and workforce solutions. At the state level, the ones that City Council will see most often are nominations for the Texas Enterprise Fund, interactions with the Workforce Commission, and then the Enterprise Zone Program. And then, of course, instrumental in our downtown redevelopment, the Convention Center Hotel Program. There are a number of other state programs here that we put businesses or companies interested in those resources. We'll put them in touch with those resources. We have good partnerships at the state. We kind of help shepherd them through there, but they're not things that necessarily we manage or have a terribly active role in. I will also flag that Chapter 313 is the state statute that allows school districts to participate in economic incentives. It was under threat of rollback a few years ago. It was kept open. It is restricted to very specific business types and very specific incentive types. And so we have not had a company expansion or business deal that meets those requirements, and so the ISDs have been unable to partner with us in that way. But they are very limited. I do hear conversations sometimes about, well, why aren't the school districts helping? Surely they would like to help with incentives or help with businesses, because that leads back into theirs. Their hands are tied in a lot of ways, and so I want to head that off as well. And then federal programs, Opportunity Zone, exemptions, and then Foreign Trade Zone 68, which I will call out, which continues to be one of the top ranked foreign trade zones in the country. And they do an excellent, excellent job. So these are the incentive programs we currently operate. So 380 Strategic Economic Development Program. So again, when we're talking about business expansion, relocations, new businesses coming into the community, these are ones that all fall under our strategic program. So it's incentives to businesses that make measurable differences in economic growth and development. We have metrics for capital investment, so how much money they're going to spend here, and then also how many jobs that they'll be providing. And then our TOD, Transit-Oriented Development Incentive Policy, and our infill development policy. These are both location-based incentives, so they have a smaller investment threshold, but they are really about where you are located within the city, and then also the type of design, so making sure that they are something that matches the current environment that you're going into. And so a lot of times we'll see that as redevelopment of existing buildings. The transit-oriented development policy also requires a residential component, so it's a way of getting residential development closer to public transportation. Tax increment reinvestment zones, I'll probably have to come back and talk for like hours about this, but it's primarily a way of capturing tax increment, so the general fund does still capture some funding, and then it's used to pay for improvements within a designated zone. So the goal of this is we have TERS located on areas with substantial infrastructure needs, and the point of placing those TERS on those properties was to ensure that future development could pay for itself, because the cost of those improvements would be above and beyond what we could afford as part of a regular capital project. And so it is an incentive tool, but I also think of it as a way to kind of capture growth within an area and make sure it's paying for itself. And that's really the purpose of those. And then grant and reimbursement agreements, which kind of go through phases of popularity. So these are agreements specifically under the fund restrictions we have, and I'm going through those next. Infrastructure and other business needs through direct financial assistance. And so those can be upfront grants, which we've been doing under the development note, or they can be reimbursement agreements. So this is something that we have with Meta. They'll complete the construction of Stan Roberts Road, and we've agreed to reimburse them a certain amount towards those improvements. Here is the process at a very high level. So there's kind of a step 0, which is always going on. And so that is the policy, the priority guidance, the looking at what we've accomplished, looking at our deliverables, and kind of that iterative process of, constant input. And then really looking at RFPs. We get a lot direct from the state. We get those through other economic development partners, direct outreach, things that may come in and out of your offices, passing through those. And then steps 2 through 5, this is that 1 to 2 year. We have some agreements that go very quickly. They reach out, they want some information. We provide them the incentive package. They say, that sounds great, let's go. And we have other ones that take years to negotiate. We may be shortlisted. They're going to come back in. And really, it's a two-way process on due diligence and negotiations. So we provide the application, we get the information we need, or we're providing initial information out to the company. And then that stage 3 is very much a back and forth. So while a company is vetting El Paso, we are also often vetting them, making sure the financials, making sure that the way that their operations work, what are their workforce needs, and does that match our workforce availability? But also things like jobs, where the jobs may be highly skilled, but maybe there's not as many as we'd expect for our investment, or maybe the jobs are not paying as well as what we are trying to prioritize. And then looking at stage 4, so that's often companies will shortlist us, but that's the point at which we start kind of narrowing in on the agreement terms. We'll start presenting to City Council, typically an executive session all together, and then we may do breakouts on that point to get more feedback on or direction on points. So if we're doing something above and beyond policy, if there are certain exceptions that we're going to be asked to decide on, and that's also things like grant requests, but it's also a good chance to receive information on community needs. If these businesses are going into specific districts, we want to make sure we're being responsive. So if there's a particular, point of friction in the area where it's going, we want to hear about that from the representative. You all have more on the ground knowledge of that. And so that's a good point at which we can say, this kind of business has been a problem in this area before. What are you doing to address those concerns? Also doing things which we looked at a lot last year, incorporating nonprofit or small business spaces in tenancy, where we said, okay, you're doing a big retail development. Can we carve out a space for something that's, nonprofit or small business that really serves the community? Can we have, as maybe like a medical campus is not a school campus, but a medical office campus is being developed. Can there be a carve out for public space because this area is underserved by parks? Those are all kinds of things that we're trying to bring in and really incorporate into that. So it's not just a financing trade-off of here's your net benefit on taxes, but also that there's kind of those tangible benefits in city services and other things that communities need. And then finalize incentives. I already said this, I will say it again. Every single incentive agreement that we approve must be presented to City Council and approved in an open session meeting. There is not a single incentive agreement that we have on the books that has not been approved by Council, and every single one of them has complied with our adopted policy. The policy is also approved by City Council. So you all are the last step before we file that with the state. And we take that responsibility very seriously, but we want to know that every single incentive we've ever given out has been presented to council and approved by them. And then we do a handoff to our compliance division. Like I said, we have in-house compliance staff that work on this. This is another one. Not a dollar goes out the door without an extensive compliance review. When we are offering things like rebates on construction materials sales tax, and so that is the portion of the city tax that you paid for when you bought things like lumber or cement. All of those receipts come into our office and they are looked at very closely. If you provide a receipt for windows and it doesn't have a sales tax call out. We cannot reimburse that. And so we are very, very specific. Our incentive packets, especially the first time around, take months of review that we work through with companies. And as things go on, we are very diligent about checking all of those components. When we're looking at jobs metrics, it's not just you hand us an email that says, well, I employed 600 people. We are looking at payroll listings. We will pull pay stubs and do an audit. So we'll say, okay, you said that you paid this person, you know, this wage for this many hours. Can you actually show us on their W-2 or their W-4 where that money came out? You're saying you're paying insurance premiums. Show us on your insurance paperwork what the actual breakdown was between what the employee was paying and what the company was covering. All of that is verified and reported. I'll also say something very important about compliance, which is we tend not to be punitive. Just because a company withdraws their incentive agreement or defaults or doesn't perform, it is very unlikely that that company is closed completely. It just means they're not hitting the metrics that we have outlined, which is exactly how it should work. Is a company coming in makes an investment, we hold them to a very high standard of performance. If they fall off, there is still a net benefit to the community. So I'm hesitant when people say, okay, well, they've defaulted. It's not necessarily a bad thing. There's still an economic benefit. And in fact, that's the way it should work, is that we're only paying out for the absolute highest performance. And then business retention and expansion. This goes throughout the compliance period. We do not want people to fall off during compliance, but we also want to make sure we know when people are ready to take the next step and grow, or if they're at risk of running into issues, so that we can kind of intervene early and prevent big closures, but also prepare people when they're ready. We don't want we see it a lot with smaller businesses, them outgrowing their space or outgrowing their HR capacity. So being able to intervene in that early and help them is really critical to continuing their success with the city. This is deal negotiation, so we're always weighing what are the priorities versus what is the relative risk. A lot of times we're thinking about financial risk, but there is also a performance risk or kind of that intangible risk of the city's profile. So we want to make sure that we're balancing riskier deals with something that's really, really high priority. Now we're going to get into the funding. Again, we'll be back to talk about budget in more detail. So I do just want to highlight that the City of El Paso, we are an economic development department. We are not an economic development corporation, what that means is that under state law, you can allocate a portion of sales tax to economic development. There are over 500 cities, it's probably closer to 600, that have either type A or type B allocations. And so there's slightly different projects that you can fund with that money. That is part of state statute. Locally, our sales tax rate is 8.25%. 6.25 goes to the state. The city collects 1% of that. And then the county receives half a cent and Sun Metro receives half a cent. And that's the full 2% local allocation. That leaves no funding for economic development, which is fine. We have other funding sources, but I just want to point out that when you see deals done in other cities, they are often done by an EDC. And so that has a dedicated fund out of sales tax allocations that can be spent. And so Frisco, which is significantly smaller than El Paso. Over the last 5 years, they received over $200 million in sales tax revenue, and were able to spend $76 million per year on economic development projects. That's an average of $40 million annually and just under $1,000 per person in spending. We do not do numbers anywhere near that. And so sometimes when you'll see larger deals, I get a lot of questions about things like Midland or like Lubbock. They often, those municipalities have more funding available to cover more overhead for businesses, to go out and actively recruit. And so really, really in El Paso, we're very, very careful about how we invest, and we are only doing deals that really push it because we want to be careful with how we spend those funds, because we just do have those restrictions. I don't mean to make it sound like we're doing terribly. We're doing great. We do a lot with what we have. But I think there's a misconception sometimes when these larger deals get approved throughout the state of why can't we just do that? And there's a very real reason why we can't. Okay, top 3 funding sources. Impact Fund, you heard from our Impact Fund recipients this morning, which is fantastic. So all 3 of these specialty economic development funding sources are tied to El Paso Electric. This is part of the franchise, so this is the street rental charge. It does expire in 2030, so we get in about $4.5 million annually, but that is set to expire in 5 years. And 3/4 of that goes directly to the MCA Foundation as part of their agreement. The remainder is meant to support, assist, and promote economic growth. There's a number of program categories. We've really used that to support and bolster our nonprofit partners. So again, you heard from STTE. You'll hear from Pioneers 21 later in the year, and a lot of investment here. And then this is also the funding source that we carved out for downtown housing assistance, because there is a specific section in the policy that highlights downtown growth. The auxiliary fund is an additional 1% of the El Paso Electric franchise carved out for economic development. It is the exact same terms as the impact fund. It does not have an expiration date yet, but because these are negotiated as part of rate cases, there's always the potential that it could be leveraged in some way, but that would be a trade-off that would be discussed with City Council. So it's established by ordinance. And then there is an additional carve-out here. So in addition to the jobs, the downtown impacts, a few other programs, this funding source can be used to incentivize destination tourism projects. And then the Texas Economic Development Fund, which has been getting a lot of airtime lately. So this is $80 million negotiated as part of the sale of El Paso Electric to Sun Jupiter Holdings. There's also IIF, what have you. There's a couple of different names, but and this was specifically carved out. It cannot be from, it is out of their profits. So it could not be from ratepayers. It cannot be from taxpayers. And we get that $80 million over 15 years. So it is 5.3 annually. It did not get $80 million up front. We've received about $26.5 million to date, and we have almost the same amount, $26.7 million in obligations on the fund. So we've matched that pretty closely to our revenue. The policy and guidelines were adopted. That was part of a negotiation between El Paso Electric and the city, so that's pretty firm. And the purpose of this was to make funds available for grants, loans, other types of things to promote economic development within the Texas serviced area. So the West Texas service area covers more than just the city limits. And then there's 2 main programs. So it's capital investment, so it's based on business assistance to companies making large-scale capital investment in the area, or infrastructure assistance. The infrastructure assistance must be still tied to a business expansion. There are different thresholds there. And then very importantly, if that infrastructure assistance is going outside of selected areas, it requires a 100% local match. So there are target areas within the policy. If you're doing infrastructure assistance or capital investment outside, there do need to be local funds behind that, separate from the TED fund. And then a little bit of a look ahead. We're leaving it on funding because we're going to talk about the comprehensive economic development strategy next. And that is really the framework that we're taking on to help us assess projects against each other, figure out our priorities, and make sure that when the city is investing, it, one, aligns with our priorities, makes the biggest impact, but also something that really supports the region as a whole. And then tomorrow, we'll be asked to take action on the interlocal agreement to allow us to update our incentive policy. We're very excited to be entering into that with the county. Again, you'll hear more on it tomorrow. But really important, I think, to make sure that we're being responsive to business needs. It hasn't gone a thorough overhaul since 2007, 2011. We've done minor updates, so I don't want you to think it's completely out of date, but just really the way that business needs have shifted post-COVID, we want to make sure that we address and that we're responsive to that, but then really capturing a lot in terms of industry and jobs that I think are not easily accessible in the policy now. And then I will also call out a couple of things. So you'll see the federal agenda adoption next week, and we'll be leading that into the a discussion of our international policy agenda and a discussion of that program. So you'll be back seeing that. We'll be back discussing the grocery store retail study. We're expecting preliminary results on that in early March. And so that is looking at grocery store capacity across the city, but also specific types of retailers, specific locations. And then we'll be bringing forward in the coming months additional residential tools for residential development, both on the financing side, but also in partnership with the planning divisions, discussion about regulatory frameworks there. And then master planning efforts, there's a number of these. So number one, the comprehensive plan, Envision El Paso, is kind of midway through their discussion, making sure that we're lined up with the future land use map. Other items that are happening there on the land use side, the Advanced Manufacturing District, which is under design build, and then of course for the Northeast especially, but working with El Paso Water on the land strategy and the plans to develop that area for industrial. Okay, I'll pause here.
Okay. Got a couple questions here. Representative Trejo.
Thank you, Karina. That was a very good presentation. I do have a couple of questions. Job creation and retention is very, very important for economic development. But my question is regarding quality of life and retail economic development and how that's taken into consideration. We want a community where people live and work, but also spend their leisure time. And so is there a plan for retail development?
Yes, absolutely. So I think we've got a couple of studies coming out that we're renewing. We've also done ones in the past with JLL, which is Jones, Lang, and LaSalle. They're one of the major retail developers. And so we have those packets. We do reach out to a number of brands. We do attend conferences, that sort of thing. So we work on retail as well because we know that that's kind of a very tangible impact on people's lives. If you look at our incentive policies, there are a number of carve-outs for retail specifically. I will say some of that is just market driven. So there's a lot of branding and retail efforts that have kind of happened naturally due to market growth. We have very high performing sales tax. We have some of the top performing malls in the country, for example, and we partner very closely with our commercial brokers, Colliers, RJL. I'm going to miss some and they're going to email me very mad later, but working with a lot of those on their attraction efforts. Since they own and operate most of the commercial spaces, we're working with them on what to bring in and what they have available as well. So yes, we do very much work on retail. The primary obviously charge that we have is job creation and wage growth. And so sometimes retail doesn't always line up with that in terms of priorities. But certainly, I also hesitate to say this on record, but Cheesecake Factory, a Trader Joe's, an H-E-B, I'm trying to think of what other ones we get asked, IKEA, what have you. Yes, we have a number of specific kind of hot brands for the community that we do pretty aggressively outreach on, but in other ways we partner, so correct.
Okay, great. And then one more question. You mentioned Frisco is Economic Development Corporation. What would it take for El Paso to have that type A position?
We would have to free up sales tax somewhere. And so there's kind of different mechanisms for that. I think by and large, because of the state law restrictions, my understanding is that that would be a voter referendum to reallocate sales tax. And then locally, we cannot go above 2%. So our 2% is all spoken for. So somebody would have to lose funding somewhere.
Okay, thanks.
Representative Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Karina, for your presentation. I have 4 questions, so feel free to answer them if you'd like. There's one that maybe you're going to answer tomorrow, which is regarding the 380 agreement update. I don't know if you're going to highlight it tomorrow in terms of what the big changes are going to be. And I'll just go ahead and ask all 4 of them for time reasons. The next is training development or workforce development. Are there any incentives that help companies when they establish themselves here, financially or otherwise, to train the workforce, bring them up to speed in whatever capacity they need? The next is strategic planning. When do we have those conversations in terms of setting the vision and the goals for the city? And the last question is, really on the campaign trail, there were like 2 trigger words that I encountered, and one was incentives and the other one was bonds. People don't like hearing about them, and I think maybe in some cases there might be, a misperception of what the city is really trying to achieve. So I know it might be difficult, but is there any way that we can, talk about how much incentives we've been giving companies or what incentives we have given and what the financial impact of those incentives have been to the community? I know it's very specific depending on the industry and types and size of business, but an overall or something that we could communicate out, in our meetings and so forth, I think would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay. That was only 3. Was there a 4th question?
Well, one was 380s, incentives for workforce development.
Okay.
Just financial impact of incentives in general and strategic planning for.
So first one first. So the 380 policy. So tomorrow it is just the adoption of the professional services agreement. While we have some idea just from feedback of what we think needs to be updated, we're going to let the professionals lead that conversation. We know that there are tools we haven't been taking advantage of. What we really like about Newmark Consulting Group is that they work across the state, and they work both in the public sector, so they partner a lot with municipalities, so they know what we're working with in terms of regulations. But they also work as a site selection agency, so they know exactly what the industry is looking for as well. So that's the full, it starts off with an assessment of, pro, cons, our strengths, weaknesses. They'll make recommendations on what to update. Council will be aware of that process as it goes through, and then we're going to put together a list of industry stakeholders. So we'll talk both to folks that use our incentive programs, but also very specifically companies that don't. And we have a list of companies that operate in El Paso, have big investments in El Paso, and have never come through our doors. And we'd like to know why that is, which is not to say everybody needs incentives, but we'd like to know if there is something that they could use assistance with and we're not supplying that. Can we help in that area? So yes, we'll talk about that more tomorrow. I don't have a list of anticipated updates yet because we're just starting that process. Training and development, 100% we have funding set aside. We do something called skills training grants, and those are often in partnership with the Workforce Commission. So we do direct per employee assistance. So we'll, in our deals, I'm trying to think. So the last Eaton expansion included skills training funds. So that's a small amount per employee to help fund their training and development. And then a lot of that really is, I have to give all credit to Workforce Borderplex Solutions. They do an incredible job of training programs. They are very industry focused. They say, what do companies need? How can we prepare people for those jobs? And so we partner heavily with them. And then the strategic plan timing, I believe Ms. Mack we have strategic planning sessions set up, but the comprehensive economic development strategy, Adriana will run through that timeline in the next presentation. But yes, that's part of that discussion. And then actually that's your question about kind of performance and messaging on the incentives. That is also in our strategic plan, both the cities and the economic development, those key performance indicators. And so we, like I said, there's a report that goes out at least annually, if not more, that kind of outlines what we've paid out to date, who the money's gone to, what their performance is in the agreement. So that is how well the company has performed under their metrics. But then separate from that, we do report on impact to the community. Both in terms of when we bring a deal forward, you will always see a slide that says what's the anticipated community impact. That needs to be a positive. And then as we go along, right, and things go from being a projection where we're just estimating the impact to actuals, we keep track of those numbers and we do report that out. And we can provide that. I was like, it's on our website, but I know it's not easy to find. So,
thank you, Karina.
Of course.
And I think in general, the community just wants to make sure that we're holding people accountable because accountability is a big thing. So, and I know that you are with your compliance department. I'm sure you do a great job of that. So thank you. And if we could just message that and help the city out in that would be great. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Any more questions? Well, Karina, I just have a few comments and something that maybe we can bring up later. But you mentioned, our workforce. And first of all, El Paso, we are open for business, as you said earlier. And economic development, I make no secret that that's going to be one of our biggest pillars. And we have an incredible workforce. Our weather's great. This is where we want businesses to come and relocate. In your presentation, under the incentive agreement process, as you get to number 7, the business retention and expansion for someone that's going through the incentive agreement process. When we have some time, I would love to learn more about what we're doing for the retention and expansion of local companies here in El Paso. In addition to that would be the main thing. And the other question, there is some confusion, that I get often is, You mentioned some of the stakeholders that you do work with, but how do we work with our chambers and our borderplex and those two, and kind of where does the city fit and what is our lane? So at a later time, you can discuss those, but I do want folks to know that, in order to get our taxes under control, we're going to have to build the business base and bring in more business to El Paso. So we're open. It's a beautiful city to come and relocate your headquarters to, and we're open for business.
Yeah, and that's a great entry point too. We provide a lot of assistance outside of incentives. I know the incentive agreements come forward and they get noticed by the press, they get noticed by the public. There are a whole host of BR&E tools, the business retention expansion. We do reach out to companies, even if they've never done incentives with us. We keep a list of those. We do direct outreach. We call and we call and we call, and then we go sit in their offices if they're not available. We want to show people that we're committed. And I think some of that, when we talk about the small business team and their efforts, you'll see a lot of replication in the way that we approach things on that side, in making sure that we're doing direct outreach, that we're serving businesses, that we understand business needs. And we've really expanded our retention expansion programs, because we wanted to capture exactly that. Yeah, so if there is a misconception, if anybody's listening, we absolutely can help even if you've never had an incentive agreement with us, even if you don't want incentives. We are happy to make those partnership kind of help people make connections, but also provide just data. We've got modeling tools, we've got impact tools. We can help if you've got supply chain, if you've got workforce issues. So we work with, it's over 50 partners, and on the CEDS presentation, you'll see a slide of them. And so we're happy to provide that assistance, help through development, help if you're running into, I want to say issues with other city departments, but if you're not sure where to go, we really want to help be that kind of liaison for those issues. And so, yes, 100%.
Fantastic. Thank you. Any additional questions for Karina? Karina, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Very good. And Ms. Prine, I know we had public comment on this one.
And Ms. Turner left.
Okay.
She left. She had signed up to speak on items 4 and 5, but she's no longer in the
Okay.
room. That brings us to item 5, and this is a presentation and discussion on the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, purpose, process, and timeline.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Adriana Pulesio with Economic and International Development, and I'm here to tell you all about the CEDS. Our Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy lines up very closely with our own city strategic plan and goal number 1 in cultivating a strong economic development environment. So today we're just going to talk about briefly what the CEDS is, who is involved, our timeline, our process, our public outreach, the region that this is going to be affecting, and how it connects to the federal government. We work very closely with the Rio Grande Council of Governments. We have with other iterations of the CEDS before. And what it is essentially a regional plan that guides economic growth and helps us identify local efforts, any kind of strategies, projects, priorities, all of these ongoing things, and it helps us line them up with federal and local resources. At the same time, this serves as a guide for the federal government, nonprofits, and even for the private sector to understand the regional economy, what it is that we're trying to achieve, so we can all coordinate efforts and get there more effectively. So who's involved? To get started here, we have our steering committee. It's a large group. We're about 60 strong right now and still growing. And what this large group is going to do, we're going to meet 3 times throughout the year. They're going to help us identify economic strengths. They're going to give us insights on opportunities for growth that they've identified. They'll help us evaluate infrastructure needs, identify goals, have that unified vision, and recommend projects. And this is that list that we talked about. So this is a working list still. There are a few that we might have left out as we're still receiving more commitments and participation from other regional groups. But this is kind of it on the regional aspect. And this brings me to a very interesting part. This is the first time that we're going to have a truly international economic development strategy. We're bringing in Ciudad Juárez and the state of Chihuahua, so we can really speak about our region as a whole. It's hard to talk about who we are without talking about Juárez. So in this sense, we're going to be teaming up with the 3 main chambers of commerce, with economic development organizations, and with the state of Chihuahua. Here's our timeline. This kicked off last year around November when we had our first steering kickoff committee meeting. Right now, we're in the analysis phase and starting stakeholder outreach. We have our next steering committee coming up next month. We're going to be going into some more focus on funding implementation and priorities. Then we'll have our first draft. We'll take it to our steering committee. And once we've finished edits, we'll move on to the public comment period that's about 30 days long. Then we'll be able to present it here, and when everything is lined up and ready to go, we'll submit it to the EDA. And this is something that we do every 5 years. So those projects. This is our project submission process. Each project that we receive must be aligned with the SED's priorities. It should promote job creation and infrastructure, all of these items that we've been talking about and that Karina mentioned previously. And I know that this was on your mind, Rep. Chavez. It does include workforce training, business development, and other areas that we'll be identifying as we meet with our subcommittee, with our steering committee and the subcommittees that I'll tell you more about in a moment. IT helped us prepare this form that will help us identify projects in two categories, either what we're calling EDPs, economic development projects, or economic development strategies. So what's the difference? Our economic development projects are projects that already have all of their feasibility studies, engineering designs, environmental impacts, everything that they need so they're ready for funding and implementation. Economic development strategies are still working on some of those items to get ready to be a full project. So if we want to compare it with some of the things that are ongoing, the AMD would be a good example of an EDP, has everything lined up, ready to go. And a good example of an economic development strategy might be the Northeast Rail Spur. They're still working on some of these documents and getting everything lined up. Each project will have a project sponsor. It can be either government, nonprofit, or private sector agencies. Our sponsors are going to follow up on projects and see them through. One of our processes that we're working on right now is developing a benefit cost analysis to make sure that we really evaluate all of the incoming projects appropriately. We also have a public outreach plan. These are some tentative dates, what we're hoping to achieve, but I'll show you a map shortly. The SEDS really has a wide impact in our community and with some neighboring counties, including Doña Ana in New Mexico. But this is just to give you an idea of what we're hoping to accomplish and what we're planning out in reaching out to everyone and making sure that we really get a good representation of what our community needs and how we can turn that into comprehensive economic development strategies. This is the SEDS region. So we start off in Doña Ana, New Mexico, and go all the way down to Presidio Ojinaga. We realize that this is a large group and that we have different needs. So we're taking this in a two-prong approach. We have our urban program that includes El Paso, Las Cruces, Horizon, Ciudad Juárez, and our emerging and historic communities that have slightly different needs. So here we have Clint, Socorro, San Elizario, Tornillo, Fabens, Anthony, and Sunland Park. All of this has an important connection with the federal government. Like I said, this is something that we submit to the EDA every 5 years, and it is often a requirement for federal grants and investments that we'll see in workforce development, community revitalization, and infrastructure. The SEDS also helps us strengthen our projects, demonstrating its alignment with other priorities of the federal government and their different agencies. And ultimately, this helps us demonstrate a unified strategic plan that helps funders see how everything fits together on a broader scale. It helps us tell our story a little bit better, and we can articulate all of the work that the city is doing in that connection with the federal government. And here are our next steps. Our next large steering committee is going to be next month. I hope to be back here on April 1st and give you some of the updates and results from that meeting. We'll be talking about how public outreach is going. I'll be able to present to you the benefit cost analyses and discuss a little bit more those project sponsors, funding, and the projects that we've received until that moment. So I'll make sure that we have an emphasis on workforce development and any projects that come up around assistance for businesses. Something for us all to keep in mind is that we're still expanding our steering committee. So here's my contact information and the contact information for Ms. Annette Gutierrez, the Executive Director of the Rio Grande Council of Governments. So if there's any agency that we might have missed, anyone that you feel we need to be in touch with, please do let us know, and we would be more than happy to extend an invitation and work with everyone in our region. And that's it for me. Do we have questions or thoughts?
Representative Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Adriana, for your wonderful presentation. Both you and Karina mentioned the importance of, our binational community and our sister city of Ciudad Juarez. I'm getting ready to appoint someone to the Border Relations Committee. So how do they help you in your efforts?
Okay.
Could you speak about that, please? Thank you.
So this is a really exciting opportunity because our Border Relations Committee had been a little bit dormant until now. We're getting ready to kind of kick off again. We have our next meeting scheduled for March 18th. And what we're hoping to do is make sure that we get that sort of a broad view from what we're seeing in our community and turn that into different proposals and different suggestions that we can bring to all of you. So they're going to be part of our eyes and ears, making sure that we catch all of that information, that we understand what's going on a deeper level from different points of view. But yeah, I'll be happy to welcome any new appointees. We're still, I think we've got yours pending too, representatives.
I already have one for you.
Oh, wonderful.
Representative Acevedo.
Thank you, Mayor. I really like what you presented. I think this regional approach is really, really great. I'm just kind of wondering, maybe as we look at strategic planning in the next month, I want to get a little more in depth on what we're kind of doing in terms of just the city of El Paso. This is great, and we're part of this puzzle piece, but just I'm thinking back, I've been pondering a lot on what Representative Trejo said earlier about the sales tax, and Karina saying that we needed to go out for a referendum. But if we started having a plan on increasing that sales tax, then that 2% would increase if we increase sales tax in that sense. Am I making sense, Karina? Or I knew you were going to come up. But we're capped. Okay, so that's what.
We've had a lot of discussion about this over the years. So just to be clear, local governments are capped at the 2%, which you referenced. And so the city collects 1%, which comes to the city general fund. Currently, it's about $68 million a year. Comes to help fund all of our city services, police, fire. 0.5% goes to our San Metro, helps fund. It's the primary revenue source for our mass transit department. And then the other 0.5% was approved by the voters to go to the county. So the county collects that 0.5% sales tax, goes to fund the county government. And so the El Paso County is one of the very, very few that collect sales taxes within the city limits. It's very rare that counties collect city taxes outside city limits and within city limits. That was approved by the voters, I believe, in the mid to late 1980s. So as far as amending any of the allocation on the sales tax, I don't really see that as a possibility unless it would be a constituent-driven petition to be able to recall that 0.5% from the county, which, I mean, that would be a possibility. So currently on the sales tax, I don't want to give the false impression that that's an option. I don't see that as a potential option going forward, again, unless it was driven by the community to make that change.
So we're capped, and I understand that, but if we were generating more sales tax, then we would be making more money is the point that I'm trying to say.
Absolutely.
And so really going after a strategy on how we could increase sales tax. I mean, if we look at what you presented in the last quarterly report, it's probably less than a percentage point that we're going to increase from last year to this year.
Correct.
And that's kind of where I'm trying to tackle it and saying, okay, we could keep the percentage because of everything you just said, but if we are increasing that through economic development, then that's a different story.
Absolutely. So it's expanding those categories within the sales tax. So not just relying heavily on the retail, but then all the different other categories as well that help drive our sales tax growth as well.
Okay, thank you. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I was trying to ask to not make you run up here, but thank you, appreciate it. And I think just overall, I'm thinking about how we can really, and I know you're doing a lot of this, but have a more understanding from the council perspective on really setting that vision as we go into strategic planning in the next month on how we can help you with more resources to go out of El Paso and bring people here and really tell our story. I know there's a conference in Las Vegas that's coming up that your department attends and stuff like that, but just more of those opportunities to really start focusing on that a little bit more.
Oh, certainly. I'd be more than happy to give you some more information and some of those points that we have in common with Ciudad Juarez. We have had a good look at some of their priorities, and they're very excited to be a part of this planning process. So we do have that closer relationship. I'm happy to tell you more about it.
Yeah. And then I'll just do a quick note. I mean, one, yes, this obviously plays into the strategic planning session that you all will be doing. Like I said, we'll be back doing the department overview in a slightly different tactic for kind of preparation for the strategic planning session, but also the budget sessions. The other thing to note is when we're talking about sales tax, that also includes personal property sales tax. That is the Advanced Manufacturing District. They're selling out products. That is part of the reason why we did a deal like the one with Meta, where we focused on that personal property turnover. And so, sorry, my voice is going out. Really looking at different ways across the spectrum that we can increase tax revenue. So yes, looking at all of those, looking at retail opportunities as well. But yeah, we're all in on all of it. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Fierro.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Cortines, I know you ran, oh, there you are. Quick question for you, sir.
And Robert, for those that are listening, would you introduce yourself?
Good morning, Representative Fierro. Robert Cortines, City Manager's Office.
Thank you. You brought up a really good point on this. Can you go into detail or explain the half cent that the city, I guess, double pays to the county?
Again, so that not only that 0.5% that the county collects, but also the 0.5% by the for the mass transit was approved by the voters of the community. So it went out to citywide vote, and the voters elected to make that decision again back in the 80s.
And how much is that right now? A guesstimate. How much will that be?
0.5%?
Yeah.
68 million.
68 million.
It's
That could go to our streets.
The city general fund this year, we're expected to collect about 137 million, and that's the 1% for the general fund.
Okay, good. And so if this body decided or wanted to have further conversations on how to utilize those funds within the city limits, how would we do that?
Are you referring to the 0.5% by the county?
Yes, sir.
So I think that we would probably have to have some discussion with our city attorney.
Oh, she's shaking her head no already. She doesn't want to talk to us.
I don't have an answer for you today, but if council wanted us to move in that direction.
Just hypothetically, I mean, just a
we need to see
discussion.
some direction on how to go about doing that, but it would require another election.
Okay, thank you. We'll defer to our mayor, let him move forward if he wants to. Thank you.
I
Thank you, Ms.
appreciate that,
Cortines.
Representative Fierro. Any more questions? Great presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Bryan.
That brings us to the executive session items. Is there a motion to retire? There's a motion and a second to retire into executive session. All in favor? Anyone opposed? And the City Council of the City of El Paso may retire into executive session pursuant to Section 3.5A of the El Paso City Charter and the Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, Subchapter D, to discuss any of the following. Executive session item 1, City of El Paso, Texas versus Birds and Bees, Inc. and Joe Crothwall, cause number 2021 DCV 0301 under 551.071. Executive session item 2, discussion on the U.S. Office of Management and Budget's temporary pause on agency grant, loan, and other financial assistance programs memorandum M25-13, Executive Office of the President under 551.071. Executive session item 3, discussion on enforcement of guarantee of public improvements on subdivision in West El Paso, HQ number 24-3248 under 551.071. Executive session item 4, application of El Paso Electric Company to update its generation cost recovery rider related to Newman Unit 6, HQ number utility-31 under 551.071. Executive session item 5, application of El Paso Electric Company for an economic development rate for a new data center to be located in El Paso, Texas. HQ number utility-52 under 551.071. Executive session item 6, application of El Paso Electric Company to change rates, PUC number 57568, HQ number utility-60 under 551.071. Executive session item 7, purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property located in downtown El Paso, HQ number 23-1582 under 551.071. Executive session item 8, discussion on economic development opportunities in El Paso, HQ number 25-4367 under 551.071 and 551.087. And executive session item 9, discussion on economic development opportunities in the extraterritorial jurisdiction of El Paso, HQ number 24-2528 under 551.071. I'm sorry, 551.087. These matters are taken into executive session under 551.071, consultation with attorney, and 551.087, deliberation regarding economic development negotiations. It is 11:34 a.m. The City Council executive session is in recess at 12:24 and will reconvene at 1:45.
All right, Ms. Prime.
Yes, council, is there a motion to come out of executive session?
So moved.
There's a motion and a second to come out of executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the meeting is back in session at 4:11 p.m. Mayor Pro Tem EX1.
Motion made, seconded, and carried that the city attorney's office, in consultation with the city manager, be authorized certain authority to engage in settlement negotiations in the matter of Birds and Beasts and Joe Crathwall in matter number HQ #2021DC-V0301, and to take all steps necessary, including the execution of any required documents in order to effectuate this authority.
Ms. Prime, call for the vote.
Is there a second?
Oh, I'm sorry. Second.
Thank you. There's a motion made and read into the record by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, seconded by Representative Limon, and this is for EX1 to engage in settlement negotiations. On that motion, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Chavez? Thank you. Representative Trejo?
Click it several times.
Representative Fierro?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously. EX2?
No action.
Thank you. EX3?
Motion made, seconded, and carried that the city attorney's office, in consultation with the city manager or designee, be authorized pursuant to the El Paso City Code to enforce the guarantee of public improvements on a subdivision in West El Paso, and to take all steps necessary, including the execution of any required documents in order to effectuate this authority.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Call for the vote, Ms. Prime.
There is a motion made and read into the record by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, seconded by Representative Limon, and this is on EX3. On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Fierro?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, and that motion also passes unanimously. EX4?
Motion made, seconded, and carried that the city attorney, in consultation with the city manager, be authorized to file a motion for rehearing with the Public Utility Commission in the application of El Paso Electric Company to update its generation cost recovery rider related to Newman Unit 6 under the Texas Public Utility Commission, docket number 56225, in matter number High Q Utility-31, and to take all steps necessary, including the execution of any required documents in order to effectuate this authority.
So there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, there's some discussion. Representative Acevedo.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to state for this item, EX4 and then EX5 and 6, that I received $17.50 from the El Paso Electric Employee PAC.
Okay. So there's a motion and a second. District 5.
Thank you, Mayor.
Nino, go ahead.
Yes. I also would like for notation that I also received from the El Paso Electric Employees PAC $1,000 for EX4, 5, and 6.
Okay. Representative Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. I too received a contribution from the employee at El Paso Electric PAC in the amount of $1,250.
Representative Limon.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to report that I too received a donation from the El Paso Electric Employees PAC for $1,000.
Okay. See no further discussion. Call for the vote.
Yes, sir. The motion was made and read into the record by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, seconded by Representative Canales on EX4. On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Fierro, thank you. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously. EX5?
Motion made, seconded, and carried that the city attorney in consultation with the city manager be authorized to engage in settlement negotiations in the application of El Paso Electric Company for an economic development rate for a new data center to be located in El Paso, Texas, under the Texas Public Utility Commission docket number 56903 in matter number High Q Utility-52, and to take all steps necessary, including the execution of any required documents in order to effectuate this authority.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Prine, call for the vote on this one.
Yes, sir. The motion was made and read into the record by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, seconded by Representative Limon on EX5, and this is to engage in settlement negotiations. On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Fierro?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously. EX6?
Motion made, seconded, and carried that the city manager be authorized to request that El Paso Electric Company do the following. Number one, give a public presentation at City Council's March 17th, 2025 meeting. And number two, give additional public presentations at regional community meetings from March to May 2025 in coordination with the city manager's office. Regarding the application of El Paso Electric Company to change rates filed on January 27th, 2025 under the Texas Public Utility Commission docket number 57568 in matter number Utility-60, and to take all steps necessary, including the execution of any required documents in order to effectuate this authority.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Seeing no discussion, call for the vote.
Yes, the motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez and read into the record, seconded by Representative Nino.
We had a couple of...
There was a few seconds. I'll take Representative Nino.
Okay.
And this is to request public presentations from El Paso Electric on EX6. Call for the vote. Representative Fierro?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously. EX7?
No action.
Thank you. EX8?
No action.
Thank you. EX9?
No action.
Thank you. That brings us to the end of the agenda. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
There's a motion and a second to adjourn the work session. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the work session for Monday, February 24th, 2025 is adjourned at 4:18 p.m. Thank you, Council.